Dear ladies and
Dear,
gentlemen, liebe Damen und Herren,
dear ladies
on
and
your headsets
gentlemen,
for receiving simultaneous translation, channel 1 with the blue light is for Ukrainian, channel 2 with the red light is for English. На ваших приладах для отримання синхронного перекладу перший канал із синім світлом – це для української мови, другий канал з червоним світлом – для англійської мови. У нас буде робочими мовами українська і
so today we are
англійська
going to
профілі
use two
синхронного
languages,
перекладу.
Ukrainian and
Якість
English, and
забезпечується. Не
we
забудьте здати
have a
прилади,
quality
коли будете
simultaneous
виходити
interpretation
із
today for
форуму
you,
назовсім.
so please do not
Ну і
forget to
обов'язкове
leave your headsets
повідомлення про
when you are
заходи
leaving our
безпеки.
event. And of
Державній
course, we need to
службі
talk
з
about the security
надзвичайних
measures,
ситуацій впевнені, що це
our
приміщення править
emergency
за укриття
services
першого рівня. Тобто
tell
немає
us
потреби
that
його
we
залишати,
are
навіть коли
already
лунає
in a
сигнал
shelter
повітряної тривоги.
and we do not
Сьогоднішній
need
форум
to leave
«Демократія
it
в Україні та
even
світі між
when there is an
боротьбою із
alarm.
несправедливістю
So
та
today we have a
розбудовою
forum,
з
democracy in
несправедливістю
Ukraine
та
and the world,
розбудовою
between
інституцій,
fighting
організований
injustice and developing
коаліцією «Реанімаційний пакет
institutions is
реформ»
organized
у
by
партнерстві з Democracy Reporting
RPR
International
in
та
cooperation
Центром
with Democracy
політико-правових
Reporting
реформ у
International
межах
and
реалізації
with the Center of
проєкту
Policy and Legal
«Демократична
Reforms
інтеграція,
within the
стійкість та
project
залучення»,
Democratic
який
Accession, Resilience
реалізується
and
за
Engagement
фінансової
in
підтримки
Ukraine,
Федерального
implemented
міністерства
with the
закордонних справ
support
Німеччини. Думки та
of
погляди,
the
висловлені під
German
час
Federal
заходу,
Foreign Office,
не обов'язково відображають
GFFO,
позицію
and
Федерального
the views
міністерства
shared during the
закордонних
forum
справ
do not
Німеччини. А
always
от думки та
reflect the
погляди
positions of
людей, які
GFFO.
промовлятимуть до вас, а також
But
ваші
the
думки
ideas
і
and
погляди, які
thoughts
ви
of
можете
our
висловити в
speakers and
запитаннях до тих, хто
your
до вас
thoughts
промовлятиме, у
as
репліках, вони
participants, you can
відображають дуже
share them
широку
if you ask
палітру
questions,
поглядів,
if
які
you
існують в
share
українському
your
суспільстві.
comments. They are showing
І
the range
ті
of
знання,
ideas and thoughts that we
які
have in
у
the
нас
Ukrainian
є.
society and the
Ми
knowledge
знаємо,
that we all
що
have.
уже 11
And we
років
know that
за тим
for
самим
11
українським гаком
years
ми ставимо
uh,
спротив
already
російській
we,
нещадній агресії.
as Ukraine, are resisting
Ми
the terrible
знаємо
Russian
багатьох
aggression.
і не знаємо
We
багатьох,
know
хто
many
поклав
people,
своє
and we
життя
do not know
в
many
обороні
people who
України.
gave their life to
Ворог
defend
вбиває
Ukraine.
їх в різні способи.
The enemy
Сьогодні
is killing
вночі
our
в Києві
people in
загинуло
different
принаймні
ways.
4
At
людей.
least 4 people were
Сьогодні
killed
вранці в
in Kiev
Чорноморську
this
загинуло
night, and
принаймні
in
2 люди.
Chornomorsk, at least
І
2
ми
people were
через пару
killed
неспалих
today.
дізнаємося,
And
скільки людей
it
поклали
will
своє
not be
життя сьогодні
soon
на фронті
when we
і чи
learn how
можливо
many
в
people
інших
gave
наших
their
мирних
life
селах і
at the
містах,
front line and
які
also in
нищить
our
приціл ворога.
allegedly peaceful cities
Ми
and towns
пам'ятаємо
attacked by the enemy.
кожне і кожен
We
з тих,
remember
хто нам близький.
everyone,
Є люди, які гинуть,
those who are
які
dear to
близькі
us.
багатьом з нас.
We have people who are
Є
dear
люди,
to us and
прізвища,
who
імена
die,
і діяльність
and
яких
there are
добре
people
нам
whose
відомі.
names and whose
Серед
activities
тих,
we
кому
know well.
ми віддаємо шану
Among
і
those
зараз
whom
шануємо
we would
хвилиною
like to
мовчання.
order, who would like to
Андрій
commemorate with a
Парубій,
minute of silence,
який
Andriy Parubij,
загинув у начебто
who
тиловому місті.
died
Пам'ять про
not at the
всіх,
front line, just
хто
in a
втратив
city
життя
of Ukraine.
внаслідок
So to commemorate
російської
all people who lost their
агресії
lives to
хвилину.
the Russian aggression, let us have a minute of silence.
Тому що зараз буде ще одне вираження нашої спільності, під
So
час
now
якого
you would
стоїть.
like to express
І я
our
ще раз
unity
згадав Андрія Парубія,
when we remain
як і багато
will
хто
remain
з
standing.
присутніх
So
тут
I
доклав
remembered Andriy
дуже
Parubiy.
великих зусиль
He,
розвитку
as well as other people who are present
демократії.
here, he did a lot for building democracy in
Пам'ятаю,
Ukraine.
як буквально палали
And
його
I
очі,
remember
коли
his
лунав
eyes.
гімн України.
They were always shining when he heard the anthem of Ukraine. So now we have the anthem of Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen.
Сідайте.
Please take your seats.
Колеги, закликаю вас сьогодні до
And say,
уважності
colleagues,
і
please
особливої уважності
be
під час
attentive today,
того, як до нас
especially
промовлятиме перша людина,
when we
яка
have our
запропонувати
first
дещо
speaker
змістовне,
speaking
бо я
to
про
us who
процедурні присутні
will
елементи.
already
Хоча на
start
останнє
seeing
змістовні
meaningful things,
виголоси
because I
всі.
was talking about some logistics
Арсенія
issues, but
Яценюка
also, of
варто
course,
слухати і
some meaningful
послухати
things.
не лише тому, що
And
це
we need to
людина
listen to
із
Arseniy
початків
Yatsenyuk not
діючої
only
історії
because he
нещодавньої
is
історії,
one
а
of
ще і
the
тому,
leaders
що
of recent
у
Ukrainian
вас
history,
будуть нагоди
but also
ставити
because you
йому
will be
слухачу
able to
запитання.
ask questions
Але
to
як
Mr. Yatsenyuk.
конференція і
But
модератор
as a
першої частини
moderator
сьогоднішньої
of the
роботи,
first part
я
of our event
ставлю
today,
це
I have
запитання,
one
має
condition.
стосуватися того,
So the
що скаже
question
Арсеній
should be
Яценюк у
related to
своєму
what
вступному слові.
Arseniy Yatsenyuk is
Пані та
saying in
панове,
his welcoming
Арсеній
word.
Яценюк,
So, ladies and gentlemen,
прем'єр-міністр
Arseniy
України у
Yatsenyuk,
дуже
Prime Minister
відповідальний час.
of
Будь
Ukraine
ласка.
in a very important, during the very important time in Ukrainian
Пане Андрію,
history.
я вам щиро
Thank you for the
вдячний
introduction,
за те, що
Andriy.
надали
I'm
слово. Я в
grateful
першу
to you
чергу
for
хотів би
giving the floor to me.
подякувати
First of all,
організаторам
I would like to
ДТЕК,
thank
тому з вами
organizers
є
of
вже
this
тривала
event,
історія посольства.
RPR,
Це
Reanimation
Центр
Package of
політико-правових
Reforms,
реформ,
and
Democracy Reporting
Center of
International
Policy and
і
Legal
уряду
Reforms,
Німеччини за те, що
Democracy
ця
Reporting
подія могла
International,
відбутися.
and German Federal Foreign Office for making this forum happen.
Я почну з того, що таке
I
боротьба
would
за
like
демократію.
to start saying about what the fight for
Боротьба за
democracy is.
демократію – це
You
є
know,
Україна.
fight for democracy is Ukraine, in
Україна
fact.
протягом всієї своєї
And
історії
throughout the
довела про
history,
те,
Ukraine
що ми
has
справді борці за
proved
демократію.
that we are real
Сьогодні Україна
fighters
бореться
for
за
democracy.
демократію і за весь
Today,
світ
Ukraine is
завдяки
fighting for
українським військовослужбовцям і
democracy
українській нації.
for our
Ми
country, for
боремося
the world,
проти
thanks to our
тоталітарного
military.
авторитарного
We are
режиму,
fighting
не
against,
тільки Володимира
a
Путіна,
totalitarian
а проти всіх
regime, not
тоталітарних
just
режимів світу.
Vladimir Putin, but all totalitarian
Ми
regimes in
захищаємо
the world.
світову демократію.
We are defending
У
the world
2014
democracy.
році
In 2014,
український студент,
Ukrainian student who went to fight for democracy together with civil society, together with Ukrainian politicians during the Revolution of Dignity. So the Ukrainian student showed the world what it means to fight for democracy, to fight for the European values, which are overlooked often even in the European Union. So how they look when Ukrainians were fighting for their right to come back back to the European family and to join EU and NATO under the EU flags. 2004, Orange Revolution, when entrepreneurs, students, all kinds of people, they were fighting for democracy, fighting for their right to choose, for integrity, for justice, and they were fighting to make sure that they can elect their authorities, and so that Vladimir Putin, he was then congratulating Yanukovych for winning the elections that he actually lost. So Ukrainian democracy started before the end of USSR. So we have Mr. Doni here, and before the end of the USSR, so he was one of the students who was already promoting democracy, and the Supreme Council was actually agreeing with the requirements of Ukrainian students even back then during the times of USSR. So Ukraine is taking the highest levels in the world history of fighting for democracy. And now shortly, let's talk about the world democracy. What is going on in the world? The Economist, they publish every year the index of the development of democracy. And if you check the numbers for the last year, you will see some pretty bad trends, but these trends show their reality. So in our imagination, we consider that all the world, or at least almost all the world, except some dictatorships, which are not numerous. So like everybody else lives in democratic countries, and that the rights and freedoms exist and are accepted all over the world. It is true, but not really. 45% of population in the world live in a democratic or almost democratic regimes, and 39 they live in totalitarian regimes, and others are hybrid regimes, and Ukraine there is considered to be a hybrid regime, though I do not agree with it. And if we look at the recent trends in the recent decade, the countries which belong to traditional democracies, so their number is going down. Today, we are talking about 6% of people living in full democratic states, and it used to be 12% 10 years ago. And the biggest drop was after Vladimir Putin announced a war against Ukraine. It happened not 4 years ago. The war started back in 2014. Vladimir Putin made a decision not to allow Ukraine to become a really democratic state and part of the European Union, because at that point the key requirement of Putin was for Ukraine to sign the association agreement with the EU. Our war is decisive for the future decade. If Ukraine wins, the whole democratic world is going to win. If Ukraine loses, it means that Putin is going to win, as well as North Korea, Iran, Belarus, and tens of others hidden and not hidden totalitarian regimes, which would like to set new rules in the world. So my second conclusion is that the fate of democracy depends on the end of this war. Ukraine has to win this war. Democracy has certain requirements. I'm a lawyer, and those who studied politology, we know what are the characteristics of a democratic state, but I will not go into detail. I think that you know all the details better than me, but I want to focus on the key things, what democracy means for me and what we need to preserve. You all need that the foundation of democracy is people. So the key phrase and the key source of power is people of Ukraine. And it happened so that usually minority is defending the democratic values and the democratic advantages for the majority. And in our DNA, Ukrainian people have freedom. That is why educated, free people, they are the foundation of democracy. Those people can exercise their right to be source of power, because definition is not enough. It is important to have a tool to exercise its right. Some numbers. There is this Kiev Security Forum, which I started some time ago. And before the advocacy visit, when we went to 7 capitals of the world, we ordered a study by Razumkov Center, in particular on the issues of democracy. Why we ordered this study? You know that in foreign media and among our Western friends, there is sometimes a question, is Ukraine a democracy today? And I say that yes, Ukraine is a democracy, but in the conditions of martial law, because we are at war now. And Razumkov Center asked Ukrainians, and 72% of Ukrainians said that yes, Ukraine is either fully democratic state or partly democratic state. And the study was carried out like a month ago. And it is interesting how Ukrainians answer the question of, because like we were asking about regime or the kind of system that would be most acceptable for the respondents. And 90% of Ukrainians, they clearly stated that they would like have a democratic system of governance. And 32% of Ukrainians said that for Ukraine, it is possible to have military regime of governance. So we can say that most people in Ukraine, they prefer democratic system in their country. And the third question that we asked was as follows: will you support a strong leader who is not dependent on the parliament and on the elections? So this question was quite tricky. And you know what we saw there? 60%. 60%. So my conclusion, my third conclusion is that democracy is not something that we have for granted. Democracy is a daily fight for the minds and hearts of people. We need to work with people on a daily basis to explain the advantages of democracy and the terrible things that totalitarianism brings. So what instruments do we have to fight for democracy and to promote it? So I would like to focus on some of them. The first one that is really famous, it was stated in the book Why Nations Fail, and the 3 Nobel Prize winners, they were talking about institutions a lot. And we I think that it is right that we need to have good institutions. But there is one small issue. Institutions without people are worth nothing. And when I say, well, without people, we have questions, what kind of people do we mean? They need to be professional. They need to have values. Because, for instance, we have a constitutional court of Ukraine, at least it is supposed to be according to the constitution. And just recently, Vladimir Zelensky started sanctions against the former head of the constitutional court of Ukraine. This was the person who gave green light for the early elections. So the institution exists, but people who work there, they do not meet the high criteria and of the judges of Constitutional Court.
And I cannot but comment the situation that has been evolving in Ukraine for the past 3 days. So the role of institutions is very important. I would like to thank the reanimation package of reforms and the entire civil society of Ukraine. We, as politicians, and me as the ex-Prime Minister of Ukraine, have made the decision and give the green light to vote for creation of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, the National Anti-Corruption Court, and the Special Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office. So, in contrast to the previous example, we have institutions. And of course, we cannot say that everything is 100% working well. However, these institutions have people that adhere to the rule of law. And it was impossible to imagine until 2014. The head of the Supreme Court of Ukraine will be behind bars based on corruption allegations. So zero chance. We couldn't imagine that vice prime ministers or members of parliament would be incriminated corruption. And we couldn't imagine that the president might make the decision to lead the process of fighting against corruption. Because as of now, the Institute of President of Ukraine, this is something larger than the person who actually is the current president. During the war, this is a person who is the chief commander of Ukraine. And I would like to tell all of you that we have to preserve the legitimacy of the office of the President of Ukraine to end this war on conditions that would be beneficial for Ukraine. A lot of things depend on the president himself, but a lot depends on the civil society and the media and the country as a whole. We need to win this war, and to win this war, we need to preserve, on one hand, all the state institutes that show enough integrity, and on the other hand, justice must prevail. Criminal proceedings shall be finalized, and people have to be behind bars if they are guilty. After the war, we will have to do a lot of things. We will hold elections in only case if the competitions will be ended. As of now, we cannot do that, full stop. We cannot hold elections. Because there are millions of displaced people, it is impossible to conduct elections under constant challenge. We cannot organize, we cannot have a register of voters, and people here know very well why we cannot do that. We have to win the war and then to organize elections. And I think that we have also to change the election process, because we voted for the election system that provided for inclusion of the civil society to the elections, and instead of the majoritarian system, and we also used the open list system. And unfortunately, as of now, we cannot do that. We have to tell the truth to our society. We need to go back to the party lists. The question is how those party lists will be drafted and how they will be made public. And then, as the next steps, we will go back to our previous process to improve our election system. I'm not even talking about the number of members of parliament or other questions which are purely of a constitutional character. So my conclusions: offices and institutions are good when they employ high quality experts with enough integrity. Only that their functions make sense. I would also like to tell you about the challenges of our democracy. Who are the enemies of democracy? One of the first enemies is populism. For me, populism is about lie. It's essentially a lie. It is very easy to sell a lie in relation to anything, and lies
Чесній правді.
will always be
Але вона вже
losers
є правда довготермінова.
if we compare them with integrity and truth. However, this is the long-term consequences, and we have to live long enough to see the truth win. Populism and lies as a synonym make us pay a high price for the health of the entire society and for the healthy economy in our country. Authoritarian regimes use populism widely. Authoritarian regimes use lies extensively. For populism not to be scaled up all over the world, because it is widespread all over the world, as well as in Ukraine, we need tools, starting from tools of mass media and truthful journalists. Of course, Andriy Kulikov, who is the moderator of this event, is one of those journalists. There are a lot of people like that. Their voice must be heard. Their voice must be heard all over the country. And civil society is also an important part of this process. Me, as a prime minister, found it quite hard to live with the civil society, because when right now I love the civil society, but when I was in power, I could have loved it, but not too much. And then later you start realizing that you have to be in constant dialogue with them. It's not that we were always right as the authorities. It's not that the civil society was always right 100% of times, but there is this balance. It's not about choosing or finding who is right, who is wrong. It's about compromise for our society, for our country. Through negotiations, agreements, criticism, and many other things, we managed to somehow find that compromise and strike that balance. Free press, civil society are the key tools of protecting democratic values in our country. I'm not even talking about the new challenges, such as artificial intelligence. Of course, we can talk about consequences of the artificial intelligence for the entire economic system all over the world. We don't know how the world structure of the economy will work. Artificial intelligence will impact the elections and the life in our society in general. Andriy, sorry, just a couple of minutes left. And also it is important to know how lies are widespread spread all over the world. And my fifth conclusion is the following. What is important is open and honest conversation with the society, free media, civil society are the preconditions of existence of our democracy. And last but not least, Ukraine has always been, is, and will be a democratic society. We just need to protect our country and to win this war. Thank you so much for your attention. Arseny, how many questions are you ready to take? Okay. Half of a question. I see that one participant has raised his hand. Don't give a mic to him, because you won't be able to take it away from him. I will just do it myself. Well, you said that from the point of view of research, Ukraine is not a fully democratic country. All presidents, except for Leonid Kravchuk, because he wasn't there when the because he was before the constitution was drafted, almost all presidents became more or less autocratic in the end, authoritarian, sorry. So will we see a president that will fully respect the constitution, or is it something like a disadvantage of democracy in general that all democratic presidents end up being authoritarian? Okay, first I would like to say that it's not only that President Kravchuk, President Yushchenko was also a Democrat. Sorry, let me answer that. Let me finish my thought.
Більше того, навіть президент Порошенко був демократом. Знаєте чого?
President Poroshenko was a
Тому що у нас
Democrat.
була коаліція, я був
Why?
прем'єр-міністром.
Because we had a coalition and I was the prime minister, and it was impossible not to be democratic.
Так склалося, що в 19-му році це було рішення
In
народу України передати
2019,
повну
it
силу
was the
відповідну
decision
мандат
of the
всієї
society
влади
of Ukraine to
президенту
give
Зеленському.
all the mandate of
Він отримав
authorities in Ukraine, of the power in Ukraine to President Zelensky. He was elected with 73%, and for the first time in Ukrainian history, he received the mono majority. This was the first time in Ukraine. As for your concrete question, I would probably give a technical answer. I think that Ukraine needs changes, amendments to the constitution. Our country is not a parliamentary presidential republic. Our country is a hybrid country. The president shall not have those powers that he has now during the war, because it's not clear who is the head of the executive power in Ukraine. I do not want to draw parallels about these two-head eagles, like the symbol of Russia, but we have two parts of the executive powers. The first one is the Prime Minister of Ukraine, and the blame is usually put on him. But as the Prime Minister of Ukraine, I couldn't fire anyone from the cabinet of ministers. I could only appoint my my chief of staff, but I couldn't fire anyone. The president, who is not responsible for the economic policy, but still he's present, he's omnipresent in the economic policy. So the president of Ukraine will have to have a list of his powers without executive functions. He's the head, the guarantor of the constitution. Second, coalition and the voting procedure in the parliament, starting from the composition of the parliament, it seems to me that I am persuaded that we have to decrease the number of MPs. As for the procedure, we are talking about voting by the majority of those present during meetings of the parliament. It is very important. It's not about whether the decision can be made or not. And then there are also dozens of different procedures and different things that differentiate the powers. We need checks and balances. I hope that sooner or later we'll get there. I would like to go back to the second thing that I said. We need to win this war, and we need Ukraine to become a presidential and parliamentary republic. But we'll be able to do that only after the end of the war. Okay, I think it was more than half a question. Thank you so much, Mr. Yatsenyuk. Don't take the microphone away from me. Thank you so much. Okay, dear colleagues, now we will proceed to our panel discussion, and I would like to invite to the stage Alexander Doniy, journalist, public figure, and of course, participant of the Revolution on Granite. We have with us online Yarina Yasenevich, head of progress of the Center for Strategy of the Liberation Movement, participant of the Orange Revolution. I would also like to invite here Dmytro Kozyatinsky, veteran of the Russian-Ukrainian War. Dmytro is also organizer of the protest in the summer of 2025 against for the protection of NABU and SAP. And also we have with us Marcy Shore, researcher of Eastern Europe. She's with us online. Probably we will see here Igor Poshevailo. Okay, yes, I can see Igor here. Igor is the general director of the Museum of the Revolution of Dignity and participant of the Revolution of Dignity. So this discussion is called the Portrait of Public Protest in Ukraine, always against something or for something. All of you will have 5-7 minutes for your talking points, and I will tell you about 1 minute before the end of your speech. So do we have our participants online? Okay, yes, I can see all of them here. So first of all, my first question, if we are painting a portrait of Ukraine, portraits, we might have drawings, we might have photographs, we might have paintings, and also engravings. So what kind of portrait are we creating? A photographic portrait of Ukraine which shows each and every detail and which technically reflects the entire reality. Of course, if we do not use artificial intelligence. Is it a sculptural portrait? Is it a drawing in 2D? And we cannot see what is pictured behind. Okay, first I would like to ask this question to Igor Poshovailo. Can you please elaborate on the portrait? Hi everyone, thank you so much for the invitation. If we're talking about portrait within the context of the topic democracy in Ukraine and the world, I think to me this portrait is a photograph because this is the most objective. And of course, it does give a chance to the utilization of artificial intelligence. But okay, let's not talk about that. As for the protest, documentation of those protests is very important, and it is done thanks to photo and video. Okay, then the question to Dmitro. Hi everyone, thank you so much for the invitation. I agree that if we are talking about protest, first of all, I'm talking about documentation or recordings of the events that are taking place just the way they take place in the most realistic way, because without this documenting, we will have a lot of space for distortions of history. Thank you so much, Yarina Yasinevich. So what kind of portrait of public protest are we showing? Is it a photograph, a painting, an engraving, a sculpture? Hi everyone, I hope you can hear me. I vote for a drawing because we see that within the context of studying our history, especially since the start of the full-scale invasion, when we have access to details, we do not fully understand the big picture. We do not understand what is happening, especially in the occupied territories or in the active combat zone. So why do we need this portrait? We need to use this portrait of public protest as a collective and individual experience. That is why, to me, the framework is a drawing that would document key positions, vision, objective, values, but leave us with the right for free interpretation. And the most important, each of us, we will have this right of the doubt. I cannot know everything. And as for the photographs document an exact moment, but not what has happened before. Thank you so much, Yarina. Okay, I see that the answers are pretty different. Okay, if we're talking about the drawing, then what is it a painting? Is it a drawing? Is it a water painting? Okay, there are different techniques. Marcy, sure. Now over to you.
В якому вигляді має бути портрет протестів?
Could you share your thoughts, Marcy?
Hello. Sorry, I couldn't hear you so well for the past minute or so. Less, I would say in some ways, less Malovani, less visually, because I don't think visually, I think as well as some other people do. I'm always thinking about the things that people are saying, that I'm hearing, the slogans that are being articulated. I was just thinking, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't catch everything everyone was thinking, but I was just thinking after Yatsenuk's speech, where he spoke about how protecting the rights of minorities are important also for preserving democracy for the majority. And I think that's one of the ways in which social protest can be moments of solidarity and moments of overcoming boundaries where you both see and you hear and you're interacting with people from very different demographics who are speaking up for one another's rights.
Thank you very much. І Марсі Шор переводить навіть і підказує нам ще один напрямок
And
обговорення.
actually, Marcia Shore told us that we can talk also about different types of portraits. So it can be visual, it can be verbal, and also there can be a historical portrait. And we can give the floor to maybe Sander, so you can answer the question about the portrait, and then maybe you can share your thoughts that you plan to share. And if you quote one of the previous panelists, then you can have 1 minute more for your speech. If you quote Mr. Yatsenyuk, who had a welcome speech, then you could have 1 minute more adding to that. I think that I would have an imaginary portrait. This is something that no one can take away from me. In my head, I have the best picture. No one can steal it. And I'm a historian, and I know that history is about myths, and it depends how we write this myth, and it is harder to find the myth than find the reality. So we have this competition of myths, competition of stories, and stories, they rule the world. We are lucky that we make our myths brighter. And I liked what Arseniy Yatsenyuk said, that active minorities, they are promoting democracy in Ukraine. So it is actually a part of this myth that is different about Ukraine if we compare it with Russia. And now you have 7 minutes for your speech. Well, actually 8, because I made a reference to Mr. Yatsenyuk. So I can start with a song. Parole, parole, parole. Back in 1970s, there was this song, famous song about words, like words. Words can be nice. And I actually really liked what Arseniy Yatsenyuk said when he described how we were fighting for democracy. And the question is, at which point are we now? And what meaning do we give to the word democracy? Personally, I think that we live in an authoritarian, neo-feudal state. So we were fighting for the democracy, and here we have Andriy, Arseniy Yatsenyuk, Pavlo Rozenko. We were fighting for it. But what I see now is not a democracy. It is whatever, but not a democracy. Because democracy means that there is not just demos, but also that there should be elections. Without elections, there is no democracy. Sometimes, even with elections, there is no democracy. For example, the German Democratic Republic, they had elections, but it was not the democracy according to the Western standard. And when we are talking about democracy in Ukraine, I can say that my right to elect was stolen from me. And considering the mathematical and the biological scenarios, saying that the war can last for 12 years, so the term of Zelensky can be 7 plus 12 years. It will be his first term. Maybe he will then decide to run for the second term. So we don't have our right to elect our president, because in the constitution it is said that during the martial law elections to the parliament are not possible. But there is a provision that elections like presidential elections, local elections, they should be happening, even with the martial law, whether whatever, if some aliens attack us, still we should have presidential elections. It is said clearly in the constitution. And when someone says that there are some other provisions in the law on martial law, but the constitution says that if any other laws contradict constitution, they need to be amended according to the constitution. So in the constitution, there is a norm of direct action. So if in the last Sunday of March of the 5th year, when the president is in power, new elections should happen. But now, only if the president would like to leave the office, it can happen. Верховна Rada is not able to initiate elections. But I'm referring to constitution. And I think that Верховна Rada acted against the constitutions, and we still pretend that we have a democracy. We had 6 times elections during the war, even presidential elections, local elections, because when it makes sense for those who are in power, they say that the war started back in 2014. When it works better for them, then they say it started in 2022, because Zelensky was elected during the war. Poroshenko was elected during the war. Now, when we already had occupied territories in Donetsk, Luhansk, Crimea. So what should have been done? There should be amendments to the election legislation. And during the martial law during the war, yes, we would need to have a different system, proportionate system. And then we could have 2 factors, 2 components, safety and justice. So during the war, we should give an opportunity to vote to the soldiers who are fighting at the front line, to displaced people. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. We could have elections not for 1 day, but for 12 days, and then the military would be able to rotate and vote. It is possible. We can have electronic voting, voting by post, face-to-face option could also be offered. We could agree with other countries, like Turkey did it, for example. There are some technical changes which could have been done, but those who are in power, they did not want it. They wanted to stay in power forever, and they decided that we will have elections after we have stable and just war. So I'm just citing now, I'm quoting. So for example, if Donetsk and Crimea are still occupied, is it fair or not? Because Verkhovna Rada is saying that elections can be held only after fair and just peace. So in Japan, for example, they would not have elections by now, because there is still situation with their islands which are still occupied. But they did not have this idea that our parliament had, just not to have elections at all. So we need to fight for democracy. And I wanted to share something else, not just about election. And I want to say that there were many feudal decisions to, for example, prohibit males to go abroad. It does not go in line with European values. It is against the Ukrainian army, because that is why we have 2/3 of soldiers deserting and absent without leave. It is also worse for the economy, for the education. We are losing money. It is also worse for demography because we have millions of families which are falling apart, and it is also a strike on democracy. So all of us, we have a choice. Either we are honestly saying that democracy is in the past, that we had revolutions, they were cool, but they are in the past. Or we need to honestly say that a democracy does not exist without elections. Thank you, though Mr. Dani did not mention it, but I had this impression that Ukrainian protests are for something, not against something, or for the democracy. Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to Yarina Yasinevich. So, Ms. Yarina, oh, we can see her now. So you have your 7 minutes now, and you can have more time if you quote previous speakers or Arseniy Yatsenyuk. It will be a bit hard for me because we were together with some of the speakers at the previous event. So first of all, I would like to refer to the topic of the panel. So when we are talking about protests. It is about resistance, right? But I think that you also wanted to talk about this activism and like activism for something, not against something. So Maidan and revolutions, they are kind of a guarantee of democratic development of Ukraine. So as soon as something wrong happens in our country, protests start. Because people think that something which is happening is wrong. And this is the phenomenon that we have in our country. And when there was it, in Russia, for example, in USSR, there were no such protests. Very quickly they were stopped, even if they started, or they just kind of died down because they were not able to clearly define the vector of their development. And it really shows that there is a consensus in our society about freedom and democracy. And it is the framework that defines what we are fighting for. I was asked to speak about the Orange Revolution back in 2004 when we created the civil society network. It was based on the framework of values with a focus of protecting the right to free choice. We were preparing to defend this right in a certain kind of voluntarist way, and we realized that the regime will fight against us, but we wanted to act in a non-violent manner to resist to falsifications, and we realized that it is important part of our values, because when you are an opponent in your own country, using some violent methods leads to civil wars. And if you use non-violent protest, this is a civilized way to deal with certain issues. So we were inspired by the words about the power of the powerless. And we realized that if Russia supports Ukrainian authorities, it can change the situation. And at some point, Russia intervened, but it happened 10 years later in 2013, 2014. In 2004, we were lucky there was no direct order to use force against protestants, though I need to say that there were repressions, there was beating, there were criminal prosecution, even such things, they happened actually, but Maidan revolution was able to stop those repressions happening. However, after 2004, carte blanche was given to the person who won the presidential elections and the relevant political forces. And we know how things happened after that. So in this context, I would like to underline several differences between the Orange Revolution and the Revolution of Dignity. And if we speak about civil society activism, we were actually preparing the Orange Revolution, and Para had thousands of people on our list, people who came to Maidan from all over the country to protest. There were young people who had some experience of activism, of protection of other participants of the protest, and the network was ready to have several iterations of leaders. For example, if someone is arrested, other people were ready to become leaders, but we were not ready for the Revolution of Dignity or Euro Maidan. And I am sure if the network was ready at that point, I think that the number of victims among peaceful protestants would be fewer. But the society already knew that they needed to engage in the political process. They needed to become part of state institutions, some organizations which supported the state and the government to implement some reforms. So this was unprecedented if we talk about the time of our independence at least. And this is a good example showing that Ukrainians, they turned from protest to actually engaging in governance. So they were ready not only to protest, but also to become part of the force building the state. But they had to do it already during the times of Russian aggression, when many people who could take important positions in the civilian sector, they volunteered to join the army and they went to defend the country at the front line. There was a lot of pressure, and we know how things developed after that. And going back to the topic of our discussion about democracy in Ukraine and in the world, now we have an even bigger challenge. How can we protect independence, and how can we defend our country and freedom, and how can we still have the human rights practices in Ukraine? So how can we fight the dragon but not become the dragon? At the same time, using all the possible tools to avoid and prevent repetition of the historical scenario when we are occupied and we lose our country, which leads to bigger losses for the nation than direct military actions at this stage. Thank you.
Irina, thank you so much for what you said. I have a question. Does this dragon have one head, two heads, or three heads? we've been joking about two-headed dragon or eagle rather.
Там скільки? 140 мільйонів? Там
140 million people is the population
І,
of
я
Russia.
от малесенький коментар
Okay,
який скажу, бо
a short
зараз
commentary.
я говорю з Чехії.
Because I'm now in the Czech Republic, we are organizing a week of Ukrainian cinema, of fiction cinema, and the film 2000 Meters to Andriivka by Mstislav Chernov opened this film festival. There is an episode when a young Ukrainian soldier says to a Russian occupier, "I'm only 19 years old. I didn't want to do that, to fight you. Why did you come here?" And the Russian says, "I don't know." So this is a classic story. After that, when talking to the Czech participants of this screening, politicians, civil society representatives, one of the Czechs said, "Russians do not know. They were forced to fight this war, but they don't know what to do. However, when they have a gun against their head, they play this game. They say, we do not know what to do, but the truth is that they know why they are there." That is why I think that this dragon that we are fighting has 140,000 million heads. Thank you so much, Yarina. Okay, so probably we are jumping ahead, and maybe Yarina stepped on the territory of the next speaker. We are talking about the territory, about revolutions on Maidan, and the Ivano-Franka Square, where these latest protests took place, is located very close to Maidan Nezalezhnosti or Independence Square. So it is logical that Igor Poshivailo takes the mic. Our protest in the current history of Ukraine is a process. These are not separate protests. This is one huge protest. This is a movement. Of course, as for the question, are we fighting against something or for something? For the protest moods, we need to have preconditions. And this is against. For me, this is a fight against. People are triggered, and we protest when state tools do not work, when state instruments or mechanisms don't work. Arseniy Yatsenyuk said, when you are there in the power, you don't really love the civil society. No, it wasn't exactly that. Okay, we are comparing civil society with democracy, and power authorities are something different. In the Ukrainian context, though, there were some triggers. As for the revolution of dignity, I can say that sociologists, researchers didn't say that there were moods among the Ukrainians to protest. However, the protest did happen because there was a trigger. This act of injustice, when the mechanism of the state don't work or work against the society, then the population wants to protest. It works. It works as a trigger. But it seems to me that I wouldn't actually ask this question. Are we fighting against? Are we protesting against or for? This is not black and white. This is not binary. As for the revolution of dignity, we all remember that we were fighting, we were protesting for European integration, but against the unprecedented decision of the Ukrainian authorities not to go to the EU. But then the beatings of students happened. So the protest was also against the actions of the power. And on the other hand, it was for our dignity. As for the typology of the revolution of dignity, we have three key stages. Maidan Festival, Maidan Camp, Maidan Siege, so like Maidan where we fought. Then there were these, in summer 2025, there was another stage of this protest against a decision. So we are fighting against illegal decisions of the authorities, against laws that we do not like. But on the other hand, we protest for the liberty, for our freedom, for our decisions and decision making. Last but not least, final touch to what I have said. After these 94 days of protest during the Revolution of Dignity, there was killing of the Heavenly Hundred when protesters were shot dead. And it was another trigger. As for the requirements of Maidan, because there were requirements of the participants, these were requirements to change for new anti-corruption institutions, for decentralization, for police reform, for administration reform. In this context, we can see that the peculiarity of Ukrainian protest is this dualism. First, there is this trigger that unites and mobilizes us to protest against someone. Because most political mottos, slogans are for something, but people are first united but protest against something. But this is not destructive. People get into the streets because they are triggered and because they want to express their protest requirements. They are protesting for something. Usually there is this proposal of positive changes, a program of actions, this desire to change something negative for the positive. As for the Revolution of Dignity and the killing of the Heavenly Hundred, there were a lot of sociological research held, and we were surprised by some of the results. We conducted those research almost every year. We also conducted our own research. This part of the population of Ukraine that didn't support Maidan, it existed. However, they didn't fully support the anti-Maidan. Pro-Maidan segment of the society unfortunately decreases. It's not related to the frustration. It's probably related to the processes, to frustration with those politicians that came in for power. Probably they are frustrated by those politicians, by the process of reforms. And also, as for the commemoration of the fallen heroes, 70% of the respondents were for. To them, it's not important exactly what was the political narratives when those people died, but still those people died because they fought for our freedom. Thank you so much. Just as Yarina, Igor sticks to the rules, but I do have a follow-up question to you, and I will give you 1 more minute for reply. You were talking about this dualism, and here I feel that you kind of talking about the unification of for and against, but when the quantity will become quality, I think this process is already in place because our society has changed a lot since 2014. We're talking about a political nation, about civil society. Sorry for interrupting you. I'm really triggered when someone says that Ukrainian political nation has started forming after the Revolution of Dignity. It has been created for a long time. It has been under the process of creation many decades ago. Yeah. I'm talking about finalization of this creation of the political nation. In any case, this process has been a long one, and I hope that our victory in this war will be probably this point of bifurcation that will help us understand that finally we have this new quality of the Ukrainian society. And now I'd like to give it over to Dmytro Kozyatinsky, veteran of the Russo-Ukrainian War, though you are so young, and you are one of the organizers of the protests in July 2025. Well, first of all, I would like to say that I am proud of each and every Ukrainian who joined this protest in July 2025. Those events in July showed that Ukrainian democracy is so strong and resilient, as strong and as resilient as it could be during the war. Our democracy probably is even better than some of the old Western European democracies. On the other hand, our civil society in Ukraine is quite mature and able to use all the available leverages and tools of the democratic society to fight for its rights and to show the authorities that we have those rights. During the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, this is a huge achievement. It shows that Ukraine, taking into account that Ukrainian democracy is quite a new one, this is a huge achievement. And we have made a long way. Our nation, our society is ready to protest for the ideas, for justice. We are protesting, not protecting particular persons, but institutions. And I think it attests to the maturity of our society. The protests in July 2025 were important, and now we can see that it is super important taking into account of the corruption scandal of this last week. Answering a question about whether Ukrainian protests are for or against something, I can say that it is always for something, for justice, for 1 million of soldiers that are now fighting on the front line have somewhere to go back to, because they need to go back to a democratic country. So, in more concrete themes, those protests were for the independence of the anti-corruption institutions. I would also like to comment the point that elections were stolen from us. Okay, you have 1 more minute for the answer. Thank you so much. I do agree that elections were stolen for us. However, I suggest that to this phrase we say, who stole this election? Those people stole the election. These are those people that stole 3 years of my life that I spent on the front line. This is the Russian Federation. These are Russians. These are actually the people who stole the election from us. And I think that any attempts to discuss the eventuality of conducting elections during the war are nothing but populism. This is absolutely impossible. There are a lot of soldiers who are holding their positions for 100 days in a row without rotation. I would also like to add something which is related to the fact that each and every country, especially during a full-scale invasion that we see in Ukraine, and even in general, even in peaceful times, the authorities of each and every country is only strong until it drifts into authoritarian regime. And the presence of the resilient civil society has to balance this drift. So this gravitation towards authoritarianism is quite natural. Will our authorities manage to do that, or whether we preserve the democracy? I think it depends on the civil society. I think it depends on the active minority of our society that is ready to strike that balance, to balance that drift, to not let the authorities drift into
Це саме наша задача.
authoritarian regime. This is our task. This is our objective, to control the authorities,
процеси, які
to control the
відбуваються,
processes that are taking place in our country,
пильно спостерігати за тим, щоб
and to look
Україна залишилася
closely
на демократичному
to make sure that
шляху, щоб
Ukraine
наші військові
continues
могли
its
повернутися після
movement
перемоги
towards European democracy. So our soldiers can go back after the victory to a democratic society, to a democratic thing,
вже після перемоги
and
провести
after that
демократичні вибори.
will be able to conduct free democratic election. Thank you so much, Dmitro. So here we can see this link. You say that our soldiers will need to come back to our democratic state, but without those soldiers, our country won't be able to remain democratic. We won't be able to preserve this democracy without our military. You also said that we are also fighting for our democracy, and there was a pause, and I think against the independence of NABU and SAPSO, of the anti-corruption institutions, but in any case, everything speaks for the same. Sorry, Alexei, after Marcy Shore. First, we will listen to Marcy and then to you. Okay, Marcy, the question to you as the researcher of Eastern Europe, Marcy. First of all, I'm always interested. What do you mean by Eastern Europe? What countries make part of this concept right now? Because, for example, when I was younger, much younger than now, Ukraine didn't make part of Eastern Europe. I even saw a map published in the UK. It was American, but published in the UK. And it was written Western Europe, Eastern Europe, and then Russia and Russian neighbors. So what is Eastern Europe right now? Okay, but the most important question, how do you see Ukrainian protest? Do we protest for or against?
I would first say to the question of what is Eastern Europe, that we should not fetishize these designations. They are always, sometimes it makes sense to talk about Eastern and Western at particular moments in the Cold War. Sometimes it makes sense to talk about East Central. Sometimes it makes sense to talk about Europe and Eurasia, but I would not fetishize these categories. They're not set in stone, and they're not always relevant. I say this as an American who's not European at all. In terms of protest, let me say that I was watching this summer, over the internet, the July 2025 protest, against the attempt to undermine the independence of the corruption agencies with enormous admiration. Admiration for a society in which, despite the fact that people are exhausted and conditions are gruesome and people have been being battered day after day after day and living according to the rhythm of air raid alarms, people still went out into the streets. And that to me was an incredibly hopeful moment. That people care, that it matters, that this is a society that has not been broken. And I say this, as somebody who is coming from a country that has long been considered the arsenal of democracy and the land of the free and the home of the brave, where democracy has broken down. And the lesson of that, perhaps in its most simple form, is that democracy is very, very fragile. Nobody has it genetically. People believed that democracy could not break down in America as if we had somehow had a kind of magical immunity or, drank in our liberal democracy with our mother's milk, or were somehow genetically foreordained to be Democrats, whereas other people were genetically foreordained to live in tyranny. And I don't think that's true. One of the heroes of my youth, who is a name perhaps people won't recognize today, but Abby Hoffman, who was one of the great American civil rights leaders and activist against the Vietnam War. And one of my favorite Aunt Abby Hoffman quotes as a very young person, as a teenager, was democracy is not something you believe in or a place you hang your hat. It's something you do. You participate. And when you stop participating, democracy crumbles. So democracy in that sense is less a theory than a practice. And what Ukrainians were showing in July 2025 again is that they understood it as a practice and they understood it as a responsibility. I don't think there's ever a moment in which it's achieved and then we all live happily ever after. Somebody just spoke about fighting for democracy. We're always fighting. It's always an effort. It's always a striving.
Це все.
Is
Yeah.
that all? Yes, you wanted to share.
Насправді прекрасна промова, все чітко
Actually, it is a
сказано, і я
beautiful,
мав
beautiful
почекати
speech,
Марсі
very
одну
clear.
хвилину,
Thank you.
то
And
вона
I
мене прямо
should give one more minute to
процитувала
Marcy
Арсенія
because
Яценюка,
she
який
did
казав,
not
що демократія в
quote
ДНК
Arseniy Yatsenyuk
української
directly, but he
нації.
was talking
І
about
тут ми чуємо,
DNA
що, мовляв,
and
ніхто не
democracy.
буває
And here from
демократичним
Marcy we
генетично.
had
Я
that
більше,
no one is
ну,
genetically
схильний
democratic.
до того, щоб
And I am
погодитися
inclined
із
to
Марсі, тим
actually
більше, що
agree
ми
with
чули тут
Marcy
приклади
because
того, як
we had
нас по-різному
today
ставляться,
some
приклади
examples about different
промовистого
like
ставлення.
attitudes to
Сам
these
Арсеній Яценюк
issues.
цитував
Like
ті
Arseniy Yatsenyuk also
кількість
was
людей, які готові
quoting
до
and
того, щоб
referring to the
потужний
number of
керівник,
people who
оце
would like to
десь
see a
обмежена
strong
демократія.
leader, and it
Так,
would mean some restrictions on
Марсі,
democracy. So,
будь ласка,
Marcy,
невеличкий коментар до того, як
please, like
українці
there is a
намагаються
small
подати себе
comment
на
on how
європейську публіку.
Ukrainians try to
Наскільки нам це
present
вдається,
themselves
а
to the
наскільки
European
виникає,
audience. So,
можливо,
how well
враження,
do we manage
коли самі
to
себе так
create
ставите,
our
що іноді
image
може
for Europe?
не
Or
співати.
sometimes it
Будь
feels
ласка.
like we are boasting and it's not fair. So, what do you think about it?
Oh, Ilya Kaminsky said at the Kiev Book Arsenal that Ukraine is more European than all the rest of Europe right now, that Ukrainians are living European values in their very bodies. And as a non-European, I often look at Europe as something representing a kind of Platonic ideal. Europe as the opposite of произвол. Europe as the rule of law, Europe as respect for human rights, Europe as the guarantor of a kind of Kantian dignity. Now that is an ideal. The empirically existing Europe and its institutions have never been that perfect or that ideal. I'm always reminded when I thought about the invocation of Europe on the Maidan, I thought at a certain point, what was at stake on the Maidan was not the empirically existing, highly bureaucratic, very imperfect, often hypocritical European Union, as much as a kind of Platonic ideal of human rights, of the rule of law, of human dignity. It was Europe in the sense that when Gandhi was asked what he thought of Western civilization, he said, it would be a very good thing. And I think that Europe, that would be a very good thing. That's a constant process of striving. The fact that it's not perfect doesn't mean it's meaningless. It's something you keep on working towards. It's a constant effort. It's like philosophers like Jan Patočka spoke about truth, that truth wasn't necessarily an object to be possessed that was reified, but you kept looking for it. You didn't give up. And I think the fact that Ukraine has not given up, that it keeps working, has been a model not only for the rest of Europe, but for the rest of the world.
Дуже дякую. Ну, я не можу надати додаткову хвилину за
Thank you.
цитування
I will not give you an extra minute for quoting Gandhi. However, referring to such people is always a good idea. So I would like to give the floor now to Mr. Doni. Then I can give the floor to other panelists, and then we'll have a Q&A session. So first of all, about terminology. We heard from one of the panelists that talking about elections is populism, but populism comes from the word popular, but the popular statement is against the elections. If you want to be popular, you say that you are against the elections, and then you are popular. But if we want to preserve democracy and the elections, we are just 10%. And there are 10% of those who would like to have elections during the war. Yes, we are a minority. Those who want to defend democracy still. And that is okay for me. You know, in the 80s, we were striving for the independence of Ukraine. Most people did not want it, but we still repeated our messages. We said that we want to have independence of Ukraine. We did not say that you are bad. We said that yes, you are Ukrainians too, but we want to show you a better way, a better in our opinion. And we think that renewal of democracy, restoration of democracy is a better way for us. And why I'm saying that now people and authorities go together, but authorities, they do not say that the war will be going on for 12 more years. They just say, well, maybe 6 more months, 6 more months. Remember how they promised that we will have coffee in Crimea? So, we are not talking about eternal power for the president and for the MPs. Now, we are talking about local council members, also this neo-feudal class who want to be in power in Ukraine forever. Just very briefly, I would like to show you one scenario. I think for a year, Ukrainians will say, well, only populists are talking about elections. Maybe for 2 years, maybe for 3 more years. But after that, there will be no people who will be speaking about elections, because people, who are in power now, like this Batkivshchina, the Voice, the Servant of the People, European Solidarity, they are all like one. They are all one, but those passionate people who could ask for elections, who would request that, they will be those who are at the front line. So the society maybe at some point will want change, but elections would not be possible. There could be an attempt of coup, but remember when Putin, for example, can make an attack on Odessa, but Putin, he is interested for Ukraine not to have democracy. And people who do not realize it, I think that unconsciously they are helping Putin, and I really don't want it to happen. Thank you, Igor. Dmytro, would you like to have the floor? Just briefly, going back to quoting Mr. Yatsenyuk. So a protest, I do not know the etymology of this word, but I think that like protest in Ukrainian, there is this word proti, against. So I think that protests are against something, and it is about testing democracy, about testing the maturity of the society. So those questions that we are discussing today, it is good that we are discussing them. So protests do not only happen on the streets with the weapons or with some slogans. Protests happen inside each one of us when we go through this process of catharsis and when we define our thoughts and we make our choice. Thank you. Yarina Yasinevich, would you like to comment, give some feedback?
контексті якось всього, що звучало,
Well, just in the
мені
context
здається,
of what we've
теж
been
можна гарно сказати,
discussing,
що є ця свобода в нашому
I
ДНК, і це
I think
частина
that
от того
yes, we can
міфу,
say
який
that
ми
freedom is in our
творимо, який
DNA.
нас
It is part
надихає
of
в першу
our myth,
чергу,
the myth
не
that
вигадуємо, а
inspires us.
просто
It's not that we
жити.
kind of invent
Але
it,
мені
but it just
здається,
keeps us going.
от
But
оця протестна
I
культура
think
в Україні
that
була і
this
наш
culture of
набагато
protests
триваліша,
that
ніж
we've been
можливо
having
період
in
незалежності,
Ukraine,
тобто
and it is
наперед від
actually much longer than the time
Великої
of independence of Ukraine after
війна
the
зростає з того,
USSR.
що ми
It grows
виховуємо
from
наших
the
дітей в тому, що
fact
вони
that
можуть
we
втрутитися.
raise our children
І от це
in a
право
way that they
втрутитися в
are
якісь речі,
able to
які, на твою думку, йдуть не
intervene
так,
in some things that
ну,
go
і
wrong.
можливість.
In their opinion, we
Ну,
give our
мені
children
здається,
this
там
opportunity.
нас досить
It is what is kind of
мені
typical.
здається,
Another
так далі,
thing
треба
is I think that in
більше
education
навіть
project
наголошувати,
now
що ти не
we
можеш
need
втрутитися,
to
а
kind
можливо
of
зобов'язаний
uh,
втрутитися, чи
say that it's
зобов'язаний
not that
втрутитися в
you have a
якісь
right to intervene,
моменти
but you
такі
have
як
an
міліціонерські
obligation to
влади назад,
intervene if
насамперед. І ми
something
бачимо,
is
як це
done
в
in a
Україні
wrong
змінювалося.
manner.
І
And we
я
see
дуже добре
how
пам'ятаю
generations in
цей
Ukraine are
період
changing. And I
повторного
remember very well
2013
this
року,
period
2014,
of
коли вже все погано. Ми
2013
говорили про
when
так
like
звану
everything
внутрішню
seemed
імміграцію,
so bad.
якісь
We
групи
were
людей,
talking
з
about some
якими
internal
було зручно
immigration,
перебувати, але
about
на загал
just
це
being
було
comfortable
по-свиному.
with your close people,
І
but
думаю,
other
що так,
society
які були там,
felt like
ну,
so
нашому
sad.
мало
But
активні,
like I
ми,
mean,
напевно, більше
all those
різко
other people who were
реагували,
not
будучи
active,
студентами
who were not
на якісь речі,
engaging.
які нам не
When we
подобались.
were
А тут
students,
ви
we
тоді
were
розказували демократію,
responding to
покращеною
all those things.
економікою і
And
культурною
I think
мовою.
that
Люди,
democracy is with
ну,
better
десь
economy.
слухали це без
They
уваги. Але
kind of
на
maybe
момент
are not ready to
цього
protest at
рішення
some
парламенту
point.
ручки
But
Януковича
when
відреагували
remember when
моментально,
Yanukovych
масово. І
made this
це було про
decision
те, що
against the will of people,
насправді
there
вкладено
was
багато
an
попередніми
emotional
зусиллями це
response
покоління
of
людей, щоб
the
вони
society,
втрутилися.
and it
І
meant the result
війна,
of
і
all
особливо
those
повномасштабне
generations
вторгнення,
who were
і період
raised
цієї
with this right to
партизанщини,
intervene.
величезного
And
руху,
all
коли
this
кожен якось відчував
culture,
себе
all this
воїном,
history
можливо,
of like
воїном.
some guerrilla movements,
Це менше в жодному
etc.
випадку
It
цим не хочу сказати, але
led
усі
to this
люди, які передавали
result that we
дані,
saw.
які там
People
підкидали
were
ці
active,
шляхи
they were
і
sharing
вироблювали,
data,
писали, що
they
робили
were
літаки і так далі,
doing
і тому подібне.
some
Все. Кожен
anti-tank
вирішив, що він втрутиться і зробить.
hedgehogs.
От
It means that
це важливий
people
аспект
they
протестів. Чи
thought
воно
that
проти, чи
they
за.
had to engage in the protest. They had to be active. Thank you. Thank you, Yarina. It is just so good for us to say each one of us, like every person, but Oles and Igor are underlining that not each person does that. It's just maybe each person from our group, each person from our circle, because many people, they have different attitudes, even now also. So now I give the floor to Dmitro, and then we will give the microphone to the audience for questions. So we already have people who have questions. So please, you can kind of draw a line now.
На яку стосовно чого?
What should I kind of focus on? Well, that is something that you said led to all this discussion. Maybe you would like to add something to agree with what was said, or maybe to disagree. You have maybe like half a minute.
Я можу тільки сказати, що
Okay, well, I can say
вибори
that
це завжди добре, але
elections
тут
are
є
good,
такий нюанс, що,
always good, but there is this
немає
nuance
просто фізичної
that
можливості,
just
їх
physically
провести, і
now it is
на
not
цьому,
possible to have
на мій
elections.
погляд,
So
це
in
і
my
стосується. Тобто,
opinion,
я
that
не бачу
is the
сенсу
thing that stops
обговорювати
us
це питання, тому
from
що,
having
знову
elections.
ж таки,
I don't think
ті
it makes
самі
sense for
військові,
us
які
even to
наразі,
discuss
кілька
this
днів
issue.
знаходяться на передовій,
Even the
тут,
soldiers who
як
now
ви
remain at the
уявляєте,
front
просто
line
якісь
for
офіційні
like
моменти
3
в
months,
плані
like
проведення
how
виборів,
do you
як це все
imagine
прискорено
this kind of rotation that they could vote?
Ну,
Like how could
я
this
абсолютно
practical
впевнений, що це
happen?
неможливо.
I'm just absolutely sure that it's just not possible. Okay, so thank you for your thought, and now let us take some comments and questions from the audience. Please introduce yourself, and I'll be holding the mic. Sorry, I will not give it to you. Yulia Kirichenko, Reanimation Package of Reforms. Thank you, Dmitro. I want to continue a discussion with Oleg. It started when we were marking the anniversary of the revolution on granite, because I'm an expert in constitutional law, and I think that it is absolutely not possible to have democratic elections in Ukraine during the martial law, which would give the right to vote to all people in Ukraine now. So how do you think it would be possible to have democratic elections when now in certain areas there is no right to the freedom of speech? It is not possible to have peaceful rallies and so on and so forth. And also, we all know how this night was in Kiev. With all these attacks and the strikes, and I am sure that if we had elections on the day of elections, it is 100% that our enemy would kind of greet us with with the elections. So we would attack on the day of elections. I'm also an expert on constitutional law, and in this role, I say that it is possible. There were such precedents. And the biggest war in the United States was in the United States, the Civil War, and there were presidential elections when the conditions were much worse. And in Ukraine, we had presidential election. There was already a war in Ukraine. Like my classmates died at the front line back in 2015. There was already a war. So there was some shooting, there was an armed conflict already back in 2015, but we had elections, before 2022. And if there are no changes, there will be more corruption scandals, this Mendich scandals, because those who say that they don't want to have elections, they support these corrupt officials, because any corrupt authorities, they are inclined to favoritism. So these Mendich people, there will be more of them, and every year there will be more people who steal from the budget, who are engaged in corruption, and Putin is interested in that. So are there some technical issues about the elections? Yes, of course, but they can be resolved not one day of elections, but like 2 or several days of elections. Also, it is possible to vote by post, to vote face-to-face, to vote through some digital tools. And for those who can, they can also use envelopes, just the paper and envelopes, which could also be brought to the front line. It is all possible. When you say envelope, people become nervous, because envelope can mean different things. Yeah, but I mean, of course, there can be a problem with servers, with all those things, but that is part of the democracy. What is the alternative? Lack of democracy. And when you say that elections are not possible, you mean that you want to live in an authoritative state. So borders will remain closed, and you will come at some point at pushing people to fight at the front line and then shooting them in the back, Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing your comments. And by the way, you will be able to continue your discussions and during the networking, during the coffee break, but we have more questions. Andriy Tokarsky, Apora Network. We have talked a lot about elections, and we underlined a lot that first of all, it is about security, safety and security, because this last night in Kyiv, and we are not talking about frontline areas, we are talking about Kyiv. Situation in Kyiv showed that it is not possible to ensure security and safety today. And you were not talking in much detail about those things, the technical things, but the first prerequisite is safety and security. Only then we can talk about elections. Because you were mentioning a lot of aspects about some digital solutions, the post, and also like justice, but will it be just if people don't have trust in elections, because it is not possible to have just elections, to have fair elections. And when we say that democracy is only about elections, I think that we are deceiving ourselves, because the fact that we are here today, that we can gather, that we can speak, it is also a manifestation of democracy. Are there other manifestations of democracy? Yes. We have constitution, we have our laws, but someone should also implement the constitution, implement the laws. So the question is, are our citizens able to exercise their other rights through which they can exercise democracy, so that democracy continues to exist? And we know that our constitution and our laws give other tools to exercise such rights. And when we talk about the future, about some possible scenarios, well, that's one thing, but we should not overlook the current scenarios. And when we say that we can have elections, there are many factors against it.
Можливо, навіть не потребує коментаря. Я перепрошую, пане Юрію.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Тут хвилина не можна добирати.
1 minute, right?
Перше про демократію. Ігор Жданов,
Okay, Igor Zhdanov, the commander of Maidan in 2014, the Minister of Youth and Sports in Ukraine, 2014-2019. Now I am head of the foundation, Real Politics, and I fight Russian disinformation. We have a hybrid political regime. We have democracy with threats that this invasion. The first threat, and I fully agree with Oles, is the absence of elections, because the key element of democracy is elections, so that they're open, transparent, and regular. But can we do that? No. I agree with Oles, who said that there is a direct prohibition, a constitutional prohibition to conduct elections of the president of the parliament of Ukraine. But as for the president of Ukraine, there is no such provision, because when we created a constitution, people thought that probably we can elect president, but not the parliament. Okay, in any case, the problem is not in the constitution, but in the order to impose martial law. Rights and liberties of the Ukrainian population can be reduced or restricted during the martial law. In all democratic countries, elections are held periodically in 4 to 5 years, because, for example, the French conducted before elections once in 7 months, but then they decided that it's not the right way to go, and they reduced this period to 5 years. Why? Because it is historically we can see that this is the best way to go. Okay, going back to Ukraine and what Oles has said, I partly support him. And I would like to say that because there is a public dissent after 5 years, and we do feel that we have this public dissent or frustration, more and more people, even during the war, will say, When we will change these people? This is a natural process we have to take into account, but I do not have the answer to that because I'm sure that due to many technical reasons, non-democratic, non-political reasons, it is impossible to hold elections. Security, 5 million of displaced Ukrainians abroad, 1 million in the army, internally displaced people. How we can do that? We cannot vote by post. Even the US refuses to do that. And yes, I think that's enough for me. And of course, we want democratic elections, but it requires proper decisions. My question is, I actually have a question to the head of the Museum of the Russo of Dignity. So first general question, do you conduct research? For example, do you talk to representatives of the revolution? For example, I saw Andriy during the revolution more than once at the trade union building in Ukraine. So who was the head of the headquarters? Do you have the list of members of the councils of Maidan? Because we had this kind of document. Did you read the manifesto of Maidan? Okay, that's it. Yes, yes. Sorry. Yes, we conduct interviews and we'll be happy to see you as well. Igor, if you were not with us, then of course we are conducting research once every week. We know that Alexander Turchinov was the head of the resistance office during the Revolution of Dignity and the Orange Revolution, and we also have a huge archive of the Orange Revolution. Then, of course, we'll be happy to talk to you, dear colleagues. So, yes, it's 14:45 in Ukraine, and we managed to finish in time. Thank you so much, dear participants, for sticking to the agenda. Of course, we've heard some slogans, but I'm sure that these slogans are based on the points of view of our participants. And of course, we could talk for hours and hours because it is endless. The audience, the speakers that we have here today are someone who cares all the time, and I hope that they will continue caring in the future, because we don't know what comes ahead, but we hope that we will continue to care. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Some of phrases started with if. I think that it is quite important. The questions that start this way can be answered by a yes or no. So Andrei is talking about open question, about these closed questions. Anyway, we cannot get clear answers for some of the questions. And if people do not offer clear answers, people start looking for those answers elsewhere. This is the nature of the Ukrainian society. We are looking for answers, but the most important thing is that we do that for the benefit of our society. So we have 30 minutes break. Let's give a round of applause to all our participants. And now we'll proceed to a coffee break and to informal communication.
Починати через 10 секунд. Прошу всіх займати свої
Colleagues, we are
місця.
going to start in 10 seconds. Please
Хочеться
take your
додати згідно
seats.
куплених місць.
Yeah, please take your seats. I want to add according to your tickets.
Зараз є таке відчуття, що ми група аналізи на
Now I
концерті в
have this
Жовкві.
feeling that
Ми чекали, що
we
буде трохи
are
більше людей.
the
Більше, ніж дві, та.
this musical group because we kind of expected to see more people. I see that Mr. Babic is here, so now we can start.
So I welcome you all. Thank you for being here despite this night, despite the morning. Thanks for joining us. For me, it is a big honor to moderate this panel. So we will talk about democracy in the world and in Ukraine, and we will talk about the powerlessness of the powerful. So this was the term offered by Václav Havel, and we will also talk about the power of the powerless and the powerlessness of the powerful. So we will talk about Ukrainian democracy. Despite all the weaknesses, Ukraine shows resistance, shows strength. Some people did not expect it back in 2022. Some people still don't expect it. And on the kind of other point of this spectrum, there are European countries and societies which, despite all more like positive factors, they look weak. At least to us, they look weak. And I would like to introduce our speakers. Olga Limar, Executive Director of the RPR Coalition. No applause. Okay.
Просто моя керівниця, вона попросила,
It's
щоб я
just
сказав,
that my
Віталій Портников,
she's my boss and she asked me to say it. We have also Vitaly Portnikov, journalist, political analyst, and the Shevchenko Prize winner, #1, because also we will have a second one. Yeah, so #1, and we will have #2.
З нами також сьогодні Павло Казарін.
Also, we have Pavlo Kazarin. Thank you, Mr. Kazarin, for joining us, for coming here. So Pavlo is journalist, he's now serving in the military in Ukraine, and he is also Shevchenko Prize winner. Yuri Prohaska, he is a translator, a publicist, and there are other roles that we can mention for Mr. Prohaska, but I think that it is best not to list his roles, but to actually listen to him. I'm sure it will be interesting. Alexander Yapchanka, who is a public activist, and he is now a military man serving in the army of Ukraine, and he came up with this actually title, Reanimation Package of Reform, RPR. So if you need some interesting idea, if you need to implement some kind of reform or a revolution, please contact Alexander, he can help you. Unfortunately, Dr. Ella Libanova, she got sick, so she told us that she will not be able to join us. So we wish her good health. And my name is Yuri Mykychuk, so I will not talk about my roles after all the important roles of our panelists that I mentioned.
Перше питання в мене знову ж таки
So,
до Ольги, бо
My first question is to Olga. Olga is my director,
Ольго, ми
my supervisor, as I said.
Ольго, ми сьогодні
So Olga,
Today, we have been talking quite a lot about the values and about the right of democracy, but democracy also needs certain architecture. After the revolution of dignity, partly this architecture was about civil society organizations. I will not give you a list of these CSOs because I will not mention all of them, but I know that many representatives of this organization are here today with us. But it looks to me that the situation is changing. CSOs are changing their role consciously or unconsciously, at their own choice or not, but they are not the same as they were 10 years ago or 7 years ago. And I'm not asking to come up with some reasons why, but my question is what to do about it and what should be the role of civil society in the new conditions. Thank you. So I want to introduce Yuri. I often forget his role, but he is the head of the regional program. He is deputy head of the Unit for Advocacy and International Relations of the RPR coalition. So it is an honor for me to be here. I hope that I was invited not just because I'm a woman, but to be and not to joke, but to be serious, I would like to say that our forum is about democracy, and RPR together with STPLR and DRI. We've been organizing these conferences several times, and last year we already had a good discussion, and many speakers from the last year are also here today. We have some new people as well. And I have this feeling of honest and continuous discussion. And last time I asked our panelists, is really democracy stronger than autocracy? And slower and more bureaucratic states, are they able to win the war? That was my question. But I think that this year we are changing the focus of our discussion. So it looks like democracies are losing. But luckily, I still believe that Ukraine does not fall within this trend. So we are not just declaring our commitment to a democracy, we are now building a demand for democracy, and we are ready to defend it not just with our revolutions, with our slogans, but also with weapons in the hands of our soldiers. But can it last long like that? Will we be able to remain an island of democracy in this world? I don't know, especially now when it is not possible due to technical, safety and other reasons. It is not possible to have fair and democratic elections in Ukraine. It is our position as coalition. So my question is, for how long countries which say they are democratic will remain democratic? I'm not sure that it is going to be for long. We see that there is a bigger backlash in terms of democracy in the United States, and it's not just about who wins the elections, it is about pressure on mass media, winning of civil society, and this idea that if there are many democracies in the world, it means safety for the American continent, but now it is becoming less popular. And also we see that there are a lot of issues in Europe among EU members. Hungary, we can say that in Hungary, freedom of like the pressure on activists and restrictions of the freedom of speech is and freedom of expression is bigger than in Ukraine, though we have a war here. And I think that maybe this demand for democracy is not so widespread. Now democracy has to prove its value. It has to prove what it gives us. Because democracy, just by itself, it is not a goal, it is rather an instrument, a process, and just maybe humanity has not come up with any better option. Very often, we need to answer the question, why do we need to fight for democracy? Why the European society with this culture of consumption, culture of comfort, why do they need to support us in this fight for democracy? And if we go back to the question about like who is powerful, who is powerless, we are referring to the essay of Václav Havel. I think it is interesting to also look at the responses of Andrei Lyubka or Volodymyr Yermolenko, those who responded to this essay. Like, who is more powerful, tyrannies or democracies? Or maybe some kind of new model. I think, first of all, we need to understand why democracies, as we've seen them in the last decade, why did they become weak? Democratic tools, they do not always lead to democracy. For instance, media, as one of the pillars of democracy, became also a tool used for manipulations. If we talk about the last American elections, for example, and I'm not talking about disinformation only. I'm talking about also twisting some information, some data. And we see that some autocratic leaders can come to power even through elections, which seem to be democratic. So is a democracy a guarantee of security? I think that lately there is this perception that autocracies, they can be stronger, they can be safer. And I don't know if it is true from the military point of view. I'm not competent in that. I think that Russian-Ukrainian war will give us some kind of answer to that. But if we talk about the human dimension in an autocratic state, a person is always in danger because their right to life, their right to say no is always questionable. So autocracy is just not able to be safe. So this demand for a strong leader, in fact, means this demand for autocracy. It is not about safety and security. I think that we are just not always conscious of that. And autocracies, even if at some point we feel that this model is comfortable, it endangers our lives. But without other rights, we will lose this fundamental right to life. We cannot say about our rights as just some papers, some conventions, like UN conventions. We need to defend them. We need to pay the price, and the question is about the price. Going back to the RPR coalition, it is unique in the way that it brings together unique people, people who were raised through revolution, but also they are influencing state policies. But also now we see that the expectations from CSOs are changing in the society. And this populism that we see in politics, it also sometimes goes to CSOs. These expectations of short-term results, lack of systematic reforms. When we talk about some result that we can achieve in 5 or in 10 years, and we see that there are changing expectations now. And in the world of populism, and populism is one of the dangers to democracy, we still, as CSOs, can be the actor who will make this democratic tools stronger and who will promote, for example, democratic elections. And now we understand that we need not only people, not only institutions, but also we need civil society organizations for institutional memory, for sustainability. So I think that this is what our role is about. And lately I've been reading quite a lot, and I've been thinking, if we need to motivate ourselves, if we need to motivate the society to continue our work, on the one hand, yes, we need to fight populism, we need to fight the lack of trust. However, it is difficult to motivate people to do some things. Can we motivate someone to love their motherland? Can we motivate a grown-up to strive and become a person of wartime? I'm not sure about that, because it can be about limitation and restriction of some freedoms. But I think that we do have this motivation because of the struggle that Ukraine has been engaged in for centuries. So we have this motivation to be democratic, to be free. I think we already have it. This is something we possess. Thank you. Thank you, Olga, for such honest assessment of the world in which we live. And my next question is to Vitaly Portnikov. So let us go to the Latin America now, but it will not be the question about Che Guevara. We've been talking quite a lot about it, but I wanted to Mario Vargas Llosa. I want to ask about him. I know that he is one of your favorite writer. So this Los heroine was saying that there were so many bad governments after Trujillo that people missed Trujillo because at least they had jobs there. And Ukrainians, they have shown that they are able to resist totalitarianism, but are we able as a society to fight and to resist the people who kind of hide, but still they are children of the totalitarian regimes? Well, Mr. Llosa actually is the favorite writer of Yulia Tymoshenko, who gave this book that you mentioned by Mario Vargas Llosa, La Fiesta del Chivo to Yanukovych. And there were some references, yes, to the past governments, but I think that for Ukrainians, actually, it is quite easy to understand what is described there, what is in this book. And you mentioned your concerns about the fate, about the future of democracy. But I think it's just that we are afraid of change. It's just that we live in a new epoch when we see a conflict between like democracies and dictatorships. And both those models, they operate in market conditions. And of course, without nuclear weapons, the war would have been long over. And now there is just a kind of search of new mechanisms, like how to find a solution, but not kill each other. And maybe some people they think that maybe we can become a market-based dictatorship, and maybe if the US becomes and uses the same model that Russia and China, maybe it will be easier for them. But we can remember what happened with Stalin and Hitler, or those European governments which wanted to find some agreement with the Nazis. It's just that we need to remember that democracies, they are still stronger than even market-based totalitarian states. And I think that we need to remember the times when like Europe used to be ultra-right or ultra-left, but democracies were able to win the Second World War. So UK was a democracy and US was a democracy. And if not for them, if they were not democratic, it would not make any difference who wins in the war. Like if there are two dictatorships, two totalitarian states fighting, it is not important who wins. For example, USSR won in the Second World War, but it was not actually a victory for them and for their neighbors. And we need to remember that we should fight for democracy, at least to prevent abuse. Because here we are talking about institutions. If we did not have these anti-corruption bodies which perform the role of justice, because we still don't have proper justice. So today we would not know about this high-level corruption case and this paternalist system where people who have nothing to do with the authorities, who don't have positions, but still they can go to the high office and they can decide who will become a minister. But we do have institutions, and it is possible only through democracy. And we have civil society, because if the society did not request such anti-corruption bodies, that we would not have this, what we have today. So we have these connections, we have these institutions, and we need to find a way for the democratic institutions to operate. And it's not a question of elections, it's a question of us being a democratic society or not. Well, now we do not have the government or the legislative branch of power, not because of the war, but because in 2019, some people made certain decisions and others agreed with them. And these decisions did not allow us to protect ourselves from corruption and abuse. So, honestly, I interviewed or I talked and met all prime ministers of independent Ukraine, starting with Witold Fotin. But 3 recent. I didn't think it make any sense to meet people who don't decide anything. Those prime ministers, they were different. Among them, there were mafia leaders, there were some traitors, but they were politicians. They were political leaders, and they had their groups of support, they had their views with their values, and they were creating, they were building the parliament, even when we have presidential republic that we had at a certain period of time.
If we agree with the model of the country where there is not a politician but public servant in the chair of the president, I think it's a bad thing. This is the way towards corruption. The minister who doesn't want to be a politician and who thinks only how to be a good professional, this is a lottery. One of them might have enough integrity and another not at all. Mr. Galushchenko turned out not to have a lot of integrity, as we see. He's a professional, right? He's an expert. But if it is a person who was nobody and then started giving orders to vice prime ministers, what do you think of him? Just like in a non-democratic feudal France was Marquise de Pompadour, she was a beautiful woman. And here, what do we have? We cannot even look at them. It's about aesthetics, not about sexism. French kings had favorites, but at least they were beautiful. Anyway, I'm not kidding. This is about the degradation of the system of public administration. The question is whether Ukraine will remain on the political map of the world. This question hasn't been answered yet. We still risk that it might happen. And the risk is that Ukrainians will be chased away from their historical territories. Russians have made all the necessary conclusions. They don't even dream about Russians stopping at that. We are afraid that it might happen. We don't know whether Ukraine will exist. Probably we will have Russia here, Russian democratic or non-democratic. However, authoritarian Ukraine, which is managed by one person, it doesn't matter whether that person is responsible or not, where politicians are not really experts, and when they want to be corrupt during the war, it means that Ukraine will lose. Do we need a democratic state? The Czechoslovakian Republic lose their opportunity to resist the Nazi regime after it refused to be a democratic state after the Munich conference. The new president, Emil Gassi, Hitler could order anything he wanted because that person wasn't responsible for their own nation. Before their own nation, they were responsible before the corporate interest of those people who made him president. The Czechoslovak Republic was a democratic, yes, they had the potential for the dialogue between the state and the public, but they continued fighting even in the end of the 30s. Thank you so much. Let it be a lesson to all of us. Thank you so much, Vitaly. Vitaly really helped me pave the way to our next speaker, Pablo. So the question is to Pablo. It will be not a concrete one, it will be quite abstract and it's quite challenging. Sorry for that, but I don't even know how to phrase it properly, but I hope that all of you will understand what I'm talking about. We are talking about changes, about different changes, the state changes, society changes, several groups change, and so on and so forth. But the key element are changes. Pablo, so if we try to catch this phrase and to try to answer this question, there was a song, The Wind of Change. How could you sing this song in the current Ukraine, if you know what I mean? It seems to me that in any country, current country, there is this watershed moment between those who offers to protect democracy and those who suggest to protect or rescue the state. And usually those who support these ways against each other. So we see that in Hungary, for example, where the current political elites, they fight democracy under the umbrella of the idea that they need to save or rescue the nation. We see that same idea in other countries, for example, such as Poland, and we also see it in the United States. This internal resistance is becoming stronger every day, and it's interesting to watch all of this general rule, which nevertheless never worked in our country, almost never. Let us think about Maidan revolution, about because we were united against Yanukovych. It was the idea that united those who wanted to save democracy and to save the nation, because Yanukovych was a threat both to the nation and to democracy. Yanukovych prevented us from going towards Europe. He was pro-Russian, and on the other hand, he blocked all the democratic procedures. So those people who protested on the Maidan Square, they might belong to different political camps, but they were united by a shared enemy. What happened after the start of the full-scale invasion didn't become this watershed between those who support the idea that we have to save the democracy and those who support the idea that we have to save the nation, because Russia was a huge threat to everyone at the same time. And Russia was this common enemy. That is why the armed forces Ukraine, among those volunteers that joined the army in February 2022, you can find people from both internal camps. Are we destined for the existence of these consensus between the two camps? No, not at all. Now we see how the full-scale invasion creates even more threats, that fans of both camps respond differently. Some of them say that we have to hold elections. Others say that we have to open all borders. Some of them say that we have to refuse the idea of a forced conscription or mobilization, though based on history we see that not a single full-scale invasion was waged by the hands of volunteers. In each and every war, first of all, there are volunteers, and then the state has to find people to join the military. We are not an exception to the rule. We just prove this rule. However, there are some people who think that we have to open borders or to refuse this idea of forced mobilization. And of course, representatives of these two camps can see differently the task or objective of the public discussion. There are those fans of democracy who say, let's open borders, let's no longer force people to go into the army, but other people might think that this is a call to collective suicide. Moreover, we can see that our war, the scenario of the end of the war, might become this internal barrier between these two camps. If the war ends not with the catastrophe that Vitaly has told you about, when the Ukrainian nation just disappears as a phenomenon and the world forgets about Ukraine. I mean, the world remembers that Ukraine existed, but there is no longer such state. However, if the war ends with a scenario that the society will consider failure or losing, representatives of one camp will blame those who want to save democracy. They will say, you, with your democratic procedures during a full-scale invasion, you forbid us from doing those steps that would help preserve Ukraine from this existential void. We would be able to fight our enemy, to win over our enemy. But because of your procedures, of your democratic hesitations, because of your desire to discuss everything at the same time, the methods of mobilization and so on and so forth, instead of just helping people fight this war, we lost our country. So we are always proud that we are so freedom-loving. We talk a lot about our revolutions, but the thing with revolutions is that it might appear in Ukraine, it might start in Ukraine when there is Yanukovych, an idea, an enemy that unites representatives of these two camps. But what if we have another autocrat in Ukraine, and we won't be able to blame him that he moves our country towards our enemy? What will we do then if Maidan and anti-Maidan will consist of a representative of the both camps, those who want to save the democracy and the nation, those who were our allies? How will we behave in this situation when we are not able to measure our internal revolutions by this national liberation movement? So right now, thanks to this consensus with representatives of those who want to save democracy and the nation, see corruption through the prism of the national liberation movement. We see this scandal by NABU and we are shocked. They speak Russian. They send money to Moscow. But what if they send this money to another country? What if they talked in Ukrainian? What if there at those recordings, what if there was something that would prohibit us from calling those corruptioners the agents of Kremlin? How would we act? How our discussion would look like about fighting these internal disadvantages? So it seems to me that we always think that democracy is a basic precondition or bios of the Ukrainian society that we cannot get rid of, something that is in our DNA, something that will always be there on our way towards Europe, no matter how challenging it is. No, that's completely a complete nonsense. Our society is complex, and this is a product of this consensus between two camps. One of the camps is for the nation, another is for the democracy, and we are here thanks to this consensus. How long it will exist? Will it exist? We don't know. We don't know whether we will have this kind of watershed, which is quite similar to many countries on our western border. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pablo. Well, yes, we need to think a lot. We have a lot of questions. I would also like to thank the person who put our nameplates here. Pavlo helped us by paving the way towards a question to Yuri Prohasko. So, Yuri, the following question will be to you. Between I ask, I will tell you about, I will quote what is resentment. The Cambridge Dictionary explains it as a feeling of anger because you were forced to accept what you didn't want to accept. This phenomenon is widely discussed, and a lot of German philosophers such as Schiller and Nietzsche wrote a lot about this. So my question is, what is the political geography of this resentment? Because we are talking a lot about Russia, about Hungary, about Poland. But I'm also interested about the question of Ukraine. Do you see some traumas or signs that we might have this feeling of resentment or ressentiment in Ukraine? Thank you so much. How much time do I have? Up to 10 minutes. Okay. This is one of the most important questions of the current times, the question of resentment. I'm surprised by what Nietzsche has said, who said that resentment is one of the key drivers behind what will come next. He told about it not about side effect, but he said that resentment is not only the key driving force about the key element, key characteristic of the current society. Yes, we are surprised by his far-seeing approach, because this is exactly what we see now. However, I would like to say with Hegel, Cambridge Dictionary is quite brief, quite laconic. However, Hegel, in his phenomenology of the spirit in the sequence about a relationship between the master and the servant, he says that resentment is not necessary, have to be as the consequence of dependence or inequality of this combination of or this meeting between power and powerlessness. The most important thing that it is felt, that somebody can imagine it, that somebody can feel that they are inferior to another, that they have this resentment towards another person. So how do we see resentment now? It is very flexible. It's very adaptable. It has this ability to make part of different constellation of different contexts. It seems to me that this thought by Nietzsche about the importance of resentment in modernity is impossible to understand with another thought by Nietzsche, that God is dead. God is dead, and it means that now we are responsible for our own life. And this is the key philosophy behind the modern times. This is when resentment comes at play. I would like to come back to the world as I see it now. What is happening right now and what we see it as tectonic changes about what we have grown used to, at least within the past 70, 80 years, on the key parameter of normality or norm, our image of how it shall be, our imagination of the context where people live and shall live. And there was this construction of liberal democracy or construct of liberal democracy. As of now, as you can see, it is in deep crisis, and we do not know yet whether democracy will come out unchanged or alive. I'm worried that what is happening right now in general in the world, especially in the Western world, this is the crisis of this promise that we have long associated modernity with. This was a promise of growth, of improvement, of welfare, of liberty, emancipation, growth, what we called public welfare. And now we can see that it turned out that this development has stalled. This feeling that our progress has stopped, that this progress didn't give me what I hoped for, those guarantees of uninterrupted development, growth, increase. It seems to me this is the reason behind resentment, behind this key resentment in the entire society. This resentment might be changing, flexible. It might make part of different constellations. For example, it can be easily combined with populism. However, it can also be well combined with authoritarian regimes, with, for example, radical movements, radicalization of the society as it is.
So that is the main resentment of our modern age related to liberalism, that this modern worldwide to me, it did not give me what it promised. That's why I feel insulted. I'm not happy with that. And Freud suggested a very important idea, a very important concept. This concept of narcissist anger, which arises when narcissism encounters certain resistance. And then there was this concept of striving death. So it is important to talk about different types of resentment. With some of them, they can come easily, and they can be combined with populism or totalitarianism or radical sentiments. And they can give birth to something else. This aggression that Freud called the narcissist anger. So if someone failed me, cheated on me, then I can ruin everything. I have this right. So this resentment, the sentiment, it has this feature that it should be targeted at someone, at something. And this object, this target can be liberalism, for example, this liberal model that promised emancipation and growth and unlimited opportunities. So this liberal model failed me. That is why I'm angry with it. I want to destroy it. And through this destruction, I turn to some non-liberal options, or it can be targeted, and it often happens so targeted at the so-called functional elite. So those who thinks that he knows something, that he promised me something. If they promised, they failed me, and now I will destroy them. So now I have this right to revenge. And I can do it in many different ways. I can vote for some forces that will lead everyone to destruction, or I can destroy institutions, or I can request punishment of traitors, or I can elect populists. So if I have this feeling of kind of liberalism in terms of flow of capital, which went too far, I can turn left. And this can become my sentiment if I have this perception that flow of people, of culture through the border is they like went too far, then I can marry the right populism. So what is the core of populism for me? It is the statement that I know who our real people are. So we see this implication. If someone says that I know who like real people are, so allegedly there are some people who are not real, different. There is like a nation which is real, and there is a nation which is not real. So this new passion of being more homogeneous kind of movement, we see it everywhere in the United States, first of all. So what really worries me here is that this resentment, it can very quickly grow and become so intense that it becomes this destructive force. But I think that in the same way that there is no just democracy, all democracies are different, and there is no such concept as Western democracy. So all democracies are unique, and also it is important to understand like where this feeling of resentment comes from. It is important to be able to talk to resentment, not to comprehend it, but not to be destroyed. Because here I'm talking about our allies. Yesterday I talked to one high-profile Democrat, and he had two motives. One was this inspiration with the modern democracy here in Ukraine, but also there were a lot of concerns about the state of democracy in Germany. So there were a lot of worries, there were a lot of concerns around that. So when we are saying about how we can understand the changes happening in the political landscape of our allies, so that is when we're talking about survival. That's what we need to do if we want to survive. It is also important to understand that today resentment is growing with the different prerequisites and conditions. So there is this perception of the world not as something open and friendly, but this perception of the world in a state of spasm of limited resources. And now when we are talking about existential struggle for resources, so we are talking about limited resources and who will have them, because that's not enough for everyone. So then it is important to understand like which people are right and which people are not right. So for instance, migrants and minorities are those who should not receive something that I should have if I belong to the majority. And I think that I will be brave enough to say that I have this impression now that we are talking about even the ability of modern states to survive in the modern world. It is easy to believe that only big empires, big kingdoms are able to survive in this cruel world with restricted resources, where someone will get the resources and someone will not. There is not enough for everyone. So some states, they can be too weak. That is why resentment can turn against one's own state, when a person has this feeling that the state failed this person and is no longer able to guarantee survival in this cruel world with limited resources. Thank you, Yuri. When you were talking about some features of resentment, I had this visualization of certain countries, certain societies, and I remembered this series and the title saying that all resemblance is not accidental due to respect to the victim. So my next question goes to Alexander. So Alexander, I will ask you a very simplistic question, but I think that we often overlook such questions. We think that we know the answers, so we don't need to talk about those things. So I will ask this question. I wanted to ask you about freedom and security. So in the last decades, in the Western countries and to some extent in Ukraine, we had this feeling that freedom and security are different concepts. Maybe they're antonyms even. But Ukrainian experience showed that it's not true that freedom and security go together. When territories are liberated, or when there is security, then there is freedom, and vice versa. So my question is, what should be the limits of freedom in the times of war? Do we need to have some self-censorship, talking about some issues, some problems, even the recent things that we've been discussing? Over to you.
Може, то я тихо кажу? О, бачите?
Now it's
Вітаю,
working.
товариство. Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for your question.
Спробую на нього відповісти
I will try
історіями
to
власними.
answer it, sharing my
Деякі
personal
видаються
stories.
доволі показові, тим
I
більше,
think
які
that they
історії
are quite
розповідав нашим,
illustrative.
друзям, партнерам,
And I shared the
сподіваюсь,
stories with some of
союзникам,
our
в Європі.
partners
Перша
and
історія
hopefully
власне про
allies in
свободу,
Europe. So the first story is about
про
freedom,
Революцію Гідності,
about the revolution of
про
dignity,
перший день,
about
другий
the
день після побиття
second day
студентів.
after students were beaten
Пам'ятаєте,
on
там
Maidan
такий
in
був
Kiev.
пан з ланцюгом?
Do you remember
Всі пам'ятаєте,
there
да?
was
Він
this
зараз
man
в
with a
нас,
chain?
ну, воює він з
Do
14
you remember
років,
him? Yeah, so
це
he is
Ігор, і,
being at the front
от він
line
таким
since
чином
2014,
відстоював
Igor
свободу.
Mahler.
Я був
So
тоді там,
it was
я
his
з ним
way to
сперечався,
protect
бо
the
його вердикт
freedom.
на ненасильницький
I was
протест.
there and
Ще раз, я з ним
I
сперечався.
was
Тобто,
having arguments with them. I
Е,
said that we had to
ще
use
раз,
nonviolent
про
measures.
свободу. Тобто,
So we
як ви
had
розумієте,
arguments
ніби
about
там
freedom.
тоді міліція не допомогла.
And you
Вони були
understand
націлені
that
завдати якоїсь
if they
шкоди.
wanted to hurt
Знаєте,
me,
що мені сказали ті
police would not
провокатори?
help me. But do you
Слухайте,
know
люди,
what they
які
told
вас
me?
тут
They
вчора
said,
вбивали, каже, вас
"You're
хватить?
strange.
Ну,
You
тут
guys are
розповідаєш щось про
strange."
ненасильницький
So
протест. Я кажу, це
those
ненасильницький. Я
guys, they
творю
came and beat you up
поліцейський
yesterday,
КПІ.
and now
Ще
you
сказав,
come
що
here and
того
are talking
сперечався.
to
Ну,
me
добре,
about
ну,
some
я ж не забувся
nonviolent
ланцюга.
measures. So he said
Я
that
цю
this is
історію
just my way.
розповів
And I
в
was,
Європі
so he was
як приклад того, як
ready to
свобідна людина,
even use
точніше,
violence.
як
And I gave
свобідні
this
люди
example in Europe, talking to our
прогресують в
partners to
плані
show how
засобів
free people are
захисту себе і своєї
progressing
свободи.
in
Тому що,
terms of
пам'ятаєте, на
the
Майдані
tools
буквально
of
за 2 місяці
protecting
вже
themselves and
з'явився
their
3
freedom.
букет. Почекайте,
If
з ланцюга, та, з'явився 3 букет.
you
Просто
remember on
у 14-му
Maidan,
році, коли
there was
наступала
some
Росія,
progress in terms of how people
багато хто це
protected
заперечував, але
themselves.
були люди, в тому числі ті, які з Майдану,
And
які
after
дуже
these
добре знали, що
chains,
відбувається, і
there
з
was also
14-го
this
року
called trebuchet
деякі
used
активісти війську
by the activists. And
почали
then these activists, they went to the
безпілотники
army
смішні такі.
and
Вони
they started
взагалі
using
були з них,
this
окей, переважна більшість військових називали це
unmanned
весільними дронами і всякими іншими словами, які
devices, this wedding drones,
дуже вціліли.
and many
А
soldiers
коли
were
у
laughing
22-му
at
році
this
росіяни
UAVs, these drones, but already soldiers started to experiment. And when it was before the full-scale invasion, but then after Russians had their full-scale invasion, this so-called wedding drones were something that allowed us to stop Russians. So I think that in Ukraine, the issues of freedom and security, they are closely interconnected. So as long as people feel that they are free, they are very creative. And now, continuation of the story and the more international dimension. 2024, I was a commander of an infantry infantry unit, and I told my supervisor that I will be using some robotic systems. He was telling me, what kind of robots are you talking about? You have infantry. And I said that I am responsible, yes, for the functioning of my unit, but also in addition to that, I will be developing robotic systems. So my supervisor said that, no, I'm not really happy with that, but still I decided to do it. So I wouldn't say that I was a free person there and my supervisor in the army was not happy with that. But my commander said that you can do it, but you will be the one responsible. But if you need my support, tell me. I went to the Denmark and there was this big exhibition of weapons, and I thought maybe there will be some robotic systems there, very modern, maybe we'll get something new there. I went there and it was kind of a museum. Some tanks, some old-fashioned devices, but drones were really outdated. We had more modernized things that we used right there at the front line. And I realized that there is a big difference between the army, which is fighting, actively fighting, and the army which is not fighting. And I was already friends with those people I was talking to, and I was asking people, how will you protect your tank from a drone? They said, well, we have air defense. I said, no, the drone will just burn your tank. And there was a high-level official that I was able to talk to there at that exhibition, and he said that we are behind you at least 6 months, behind even in terms of how we think. So that's what they told me. And then nobody was really talking about the possibility of Russia attacking Europe. However, back in 2024, I realized that it was a possibility. And starting from that time, I was able to go abroad. And, that is what you were referring to. I'm saying that I need to go abroad to meet with the foreign military. And they tell me, okay, you can go. So I can go even from the Ukrainian army. And in the previous years, Ukraine was talking to Europe about values, about our common values, why they need to help us. And this is the right conversation. But pay attention that this year the conversation has changed. I'm talking at least about the military. When military talk to the military, they talk not about the values, they talk about the warfare. And now I am giving them some kind of cases. I say, imagine that there are some people, some foreign soldiers who took over for several villages in a NATO country. And this country has to announce anti-terrorist operation. So anti-terrorist operation means some soldiers in uniform in armored vehicles, they go to this village to fight terrorists. And I'm telling them, these vehicles will not be able to approach this village because they will be burned down. And then they will just say, oh, that was just some, like local, some guerrilla guys. They were just kind of drinking vodka, and then they went and they just started fighting these vehicles. It's just because for me, it was a realistic situation. I was afraid of this scenario. And I said that you don't have to tell me what your technology is. Just say if you have plan B, if it happens. If for example, Russia secretly attacks you like this, not kind of openly. So one of them just became pale, and another one said that no, he doesn't have a specific answer, a clear answer to me. And I realized that no, they are not doing this modeling, they are not working with the scenarios. So I've been talking about it for over a year, and now we see these drones in those countries, and they don't know what to do with them. And this discussion about cooperation between Ukraine and Europe, maybe you have not noticed it. Maybe this is something that happens in my bubble, but conversation is changing from like Ukraine is our shield and our partner. It's just like Ukraine is our shield. That is the first rule that they give us. So at least I think that this is how they see us.
What to do with all of that? Recently, I was at a conference dedicated to technologies, and I was asked what I would recommend investors to invest into, foreign investors, and I told them into Ukrainian army, invest into the armed forces of Ukraine, because they are exactly protecting Europe from the start of the war, and they give hope that the war won't happen in the territory of Western Europe, because unless they do that, most probably the war will happen in other countries as well. The war is different from what we knew before, because there are a lot of cheap technologies by compiling which you can, for example, you can use a drone which costs $500 and you can destroy a tank. Without going into details, I hope you can understand. There are a lot of innovation technologies that became accessible to everyone. There is a white book of Europe, the budget of 860 billion euro, but I wouldn't like our allies to rearm themselves using conventional methods, conventional arms. The arms that were used before the unmanned aerial vehicles. I don't say that they shall refuse conventional weapons, but they have to be combined with unmanned vehicles. And this is what they can do here and now in Ukraine, because each and every military unit in Ukraine has enough capacities for that. We are the infantry, such as Wolves Da Vinci, for example, they have their own responsibilities, and we have our laboratory more than once. But we do research, we receive technical things, and we change them so we can use. So imagine how many laboratories we might have in the armed forces of Ukraine in general, all over the country. Of course, we would like to continue that direction. So this is exactly what I want to tell the investors. Invest into the armed forces of Ukraine. They ask, how? How do I am not authorized to answer this question. If you give me something, I will modernize it. From the legal point of view, we can do that. For example, foreign investors give us some kind of equipment, we give them feedback, and everything is okay. And then we can use it, modernize it if we need to. What would I recommend to us and to Europeans? Nobody prohibits me to have imagination or fantasies about protecting Europe. We are still part of Europe, and Europe can make its protection against Russia, because if it falls down, I'm afraid that if we fall, it will be the failure of Europe.
Дякую, пане Олександре.
Thank you so much, Alexander.
Мені дуже сподобалось те, що ви сказали, і я це
I
кажу,
really
тому
liked what you
що,
said.
я
And I
кажу,
said
що
that
вас,
not
можливо,
because I am afraid that probably
тому
you will contradict. So in any case,
це дуже здорові,
I think
здорові
that
речі.
you tell about important thing. I will have a short question to all the speakers. So please be brief up to 3 minutes, so we also have the time for a Q&A session with our participants here. So the question will be the following. When we are talking about Ukrainian democracy, often we discuss about who supports us, who doesn't support us, who are our fans, allies, friends, and on another hand, who are our enemies. But we do not often say, are we understood or not? It seems to me that support is enough, and if they support us, it means that they understand us. Do you think this is the right way to think? Are these synonyms, support and understanding? And how would you explain Ukrainian democracy to those who do not understand what it is? So please take your mic. Okay, I will start. I think we are not fully understood. People understand our fight, our struggle. People understand why democracy, freedom, and our national state are important to us. However, not all allies fully understand that for many Ukrainians, the project of Russia as a Russian empire is not acceptable. That is why up until now, people in Western Europe do not have the strength to say that Russia must be destroyed in its current state. I think that's the problem, the misunderstanding. In October, I went back from the Prague Democracy Forum, and last year they had awards for Russians. So, like, they are lagging behind in understanding Ukrainians for years and years. So I think that in this particular context, they do not understand us, and we have to do better. It seems to me that Ukrainian democracy is in first and foremost the way to preserve Ukrainian state when Ukrainians in their own country were, are, and might still be in minority. When we all unite under the umbrella of democratic procedures, we can be preserved as a European nation. And it's not understood because Polish are Polish in Poland, Russians are Russians in Russia. We cannot destroy what has a definite, clear identity. And these are the fantasies. They think that it is about conflict of identities. It seems to me that this conflict cannot be resolved by a war, and I'm not even kidding. That is why I'm not worried for the Ukrainian democracy, because I know for sure that fans of Ukrainian democracy among us cannot be different from the fans of Ukrainian state. Ukrainian Democrats, only together with Ukrainian nationalists, can preserve our state. This is our destiny. That is why, together with Oleg Tyahnybok, we were together on Maidan during the revolution. Behind us, there were people who, in front of us, there were people who didn't consider them to be Ukrainians and who didn't care whether our country is Ukraine or Russia. And as soon as we relaxed, they came to power. That is why we are interested in the language that those corruptionists talk. We see that these are people with different identity, and they don't care what kind of state will be here. They just want to earn money, whether it is Ukraine, Belarus, or Russia. They don't care what country it is. They just care about the money, and a lot of people support them. a large population of the former Soviet Republic of Ukraine support them, because sometimes they do not think that they are Ukrainians. We Ukrainian Democrats must continue to be united with Ukrainian nationalists. I remember 24th August 1991 when Democrats who didn't really care about Ukraine, but they didn't prevent us from voting for the independence of Ukraine. They didn't prevent us to do that. If we were not united, if all forces were not united, we wouldn't be able to have a democratic state. If Ukrainian non-nationalists wouldn't unite with Ukrainian partocrats against the fans of perestroika. And I was happy to see this unification, because I saw that back then it was the only chance of the Ukrainian state and Ukrainian nation to stay alive. Right now, we are united because some people are fighting for the country and other people just see that there is the enemy who wants to take away our land, and they also fight against that. But this is a temporary union, and after the end of the war, we will be disunited again, disengaged again, and we need state policy, and we need a lot of cultural, educational policies to be able to preserve this union, our union with Ukrainian nationalists. I don't like Ukrainian nationalists, I must confess, I won't hide that. I'm of Jewish heritage, and I understand that ethnical nationalism is against people such as myself, but I am for the truth, and my truth is that I want a Ukrainian nation to exist, and for that aim, I am ready to unite with anyone, and I am ready to unite forces with Ukrainian nationalists, and probably I am also able to unite with the biggest Russian Democrat if I ever meet such a person, because I want Ukrainian state to exist. Okay, so we are discussing that once again, and when I had to explain Ukrainian democracy to someone, I would tell that national democrats are written through together in Ukraine, and this distinction towards those who fight for democracy or fight for the nation there is a thin line. So the question is, would you belong to the camp of democracy or the nation? Our methods are different. So language is a process.
Я пояснював це. Але мені здається, що коли ми говоримо про те, що світ знає про Україну,
what the world knows about Ukraine. I do not think that this question will be about the Ukrainian democracy. It will be about Ukraine as a nation, because of the lack of information and the lack of understanding of what we are is still there in the world, especially in those countries that are our allies, that help us. Because before the start of the full-scale invasion, they were looking at Moscow and didn't think much about Kiev, and this is why it made Western civilization blind. They have this blind spot. So, do you know anything about Vietnam? I know, Vitaly, that you know a lot. Okay, you're on the stage, and I was asking the public audience. Anyway, I think that most people only know that Vietnam has won in the war with three empires. French Empire, Paris refused from their efforts to get back Vietnam, and then after that they won over the United States, and when the United States left, they won China. So I think that for most people in different countries all over the world, the answer to the question, what is Ukraine, is about those guys who fight against the Russian Empire. Probably they measure us through this figure of our enemy. Probably it's not the worst start, but it seems to me that we shall add more meanings to this figure. So our enemy doesn't try to fill this void of understanding with their description of what we are. That's it. Thank you so much. I would like, in general, to live longer, and I wouldn't like to live up until the moment when we, Ukrainians, will be part of the Russian army, and when we will be forced to capture big European cities full of resentment, not because we are forced to, but because we have this desire of revenge. Revenge because they didn't understand us when they had to. And I'm afraid I don't want to live up until that moment. So the destiny of Ukrainian resentment depends on how this war will end. Anything might happen. It might get worse. It might be neutral. It might be more positive or negative. But in any case, I think it would be rather naive to hope that resentment might be destroyed or prevented or avoided. Resentment is structural. It won't disappear. There is always resentment in the relationship between people. I'm talking about different things. I'm talking about trying to prevent this resentment from developing into this anger or destruction, including self-destruction, destruction of what was so dear to you yesterday. A lot will depend on this. A lot will depend in terms of the internal situation in our society. Will those who fought in the war will have contempt towards those who didn't? Will those who didn't fight will be afraid of the military? Will we have this anger of revenge towards the political class of our society for real or imagined mistakes that they have committed before and during the war? And so on and so forth. But also, for example, what is very important for us, it is very important to understand why we are not understood. So this is our responsibility. And this condition, our responsibility, won't to feel this resentment because we are not understood, but to understand why we are not understood. To understand why the Czech Republic could change so quickly. They were one of the biggest allies of Ukraine, one of the societies that have supported us the most. Just overnight, they changed completely. We need to understand those mechanisms by heart. It is for our own good, including for not permitting this resentment to grow into this destructive force, destructive revenge. Why we Europeans do not understand us? Because it seems to me it's fair to say that Russians are already fighting with Europe. There are drones all over Europe. But even Ukrainians, a large part of Ukrainians until 2022 didn't believe that we have a war in Ukraine. So what do we want from Europeans? They have this illusion of safety. Of course, it is less strong than it was before Trump said that now you have to protect yourselves and your own. So why are we surprised? They are looking at numbers. They see how many planes they have, how many planes or aircraft Russia has. Russians do not have a lot of tanks, so the Europeans might say, oh, there's no threat. So it's to me, I'm talking about a purely military part. Why we are not understood? Very often I hear that the military, step by step, start understanding everything. I know after personal discussions with our military that European bureaucracy, imagine how decisions are made there.
So you know how decisions are made, they look at possible consequences, results, all this policy cycle. So that's just the way they do things. And if we talk about the security component between Ukraine and Europe, it seems to me that we are moving in a positive direction. So I see this trend. I do not insist on that, but this is where I'm putting my efforts, and I encourage you to do so. To do as much as possible to try and explain to them this simple reality that this is a war not against Ukraine, this is a war against Ukraine as part of the democratic European space. So in the head of Putin, it is a war against Europe. So we need to say that, friends, we don't want to see your battalions here, but help our battalions to stop those bastards. So that's my advice to you. Thank you. Democracy is also about delegation. So now I am happy to open the floor for questions. Igor? It's not a question, rather a remark. So Pavlo asked this kind of tricky question to us, but it is like asking a child, like, do you love mother or father more? But it's the same way you ask, do we prefer having our nation or a democracy? But now we have a question if Ukrainian state is going to exist. But when we make sure that we do have the state, then we will have a different question if it is going to be a democratic state or not, if it is going to be a corrupt state or not, or it will really be a democratic state or not. But the first thing is now to defend our state, our own country, then we can build a democracy. Well, my thought was due to the fact that many people, they look at the Ukrainian democracy with all the features, with all the characteristics as a kind of something constant, as a steady concept. So if you're referring to mother and father, you know, mother and father can get a divorce. And what are we talking about if this divorce happens? No, Ukrainian people will not be choosing between mother and father. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, that without Ukrainian democracy, we will not have a Ukrainian state. The dictatorship will not happen. It will not be Ukrainian. We need to be realistic. There is no chance. We cannot have a national dictatorship when you do not have a majority. There were attempts, but they failed. It's not possible, just not possible. Yeah, well, we used to have different times, if you are referring to times before. I have a question to Olga and also to other panelists. So could you tell me if you have a feeling of responsibility? I'm talking about RPR and other institutions. So kind of responsibility for worsening state in terms of human rights, democracy in our country. So do you have an action plan? Do you plan to put some kind of pressure on authorities? Do you plan to work with the population? And when new people come to power, they ask, like, what should we do? So are you preparing some kind of tasks and goals for them? I'm happy that I don't have to answer this question. So, Olga, the issue of responsibility is something about an individual, but not an organization or an institution. But generally, if we have about the RPR coalition, I think, yes, we make a lot of efforts to make sure that our institutions are functional. I'm talking about the state institutions. And then when there were cardboard protests, our coalition collected signatures from 100 CSOs and communicated with the parliament about the requirements and engagement of experts. So we are working on it all the time. So our question is not to put or not put pressure on authorities. We want to work with our policymakers on policies, not politics, but sometimes also we need to engage in politics. And I hope that the society will see the results of our efforts. Thank you. About our plans, our plan is to survive. That's our plan. Olga gave an exhaustive response. I don't think that we have anything to add. I hope that we answered your question. Any more questions from the audience? Questions or comments? Or is everything clear about the Ukrainian democracy? Good afternoon, Irina. I'm from Zhytomyr region, and I want to ask, as a representative of young people, I want to ask about your cooperation with young people in terms of building the democracy. Who would like to answer this question? Do you feel that you are young? You can respond then. Well, I wouldn't say that I still feel young when I saw the cardboard protests in summer. You know, I just know that people who die at a war, among them there are many civil society activists, Roman Ratushny and other famous activists. And in my perception, in my imagination, they were the active people in our society, active young people. So when I saw young people with this cardboard, with this cardboard posters, with the slogans, I was so happy. I thought, yes, we still do have these young people with this kind of inspiration and motivation who are going to move our society forward. So I'm carefully optimistic about our young people. I really agree with Alexander. I was looking at the protests this summer. Even these photos, they reflected this atmosphere. I was looking and I was thinking, this is the first protest of those people, and they won. They have this first positive experience, and now concerning all the circumstances, the mobilization, etc. So the squares of Ukrainian cities belong to you, not us, but you. So that is those are my thoughts. I would like to say not so much about young people, but about hope and the carriers of this hope. Recently, there was this good story when there was this Lviv book forum, and we were preparing a discussion with the participation of Ukrainians, Western Europeans, Eastern Europeans, and Americans from Northern America. And Ukrainians asked a question to Europeans, like what to do in this world in terms of freedom and security. And Europeans said, we don't know. Okay, so first Ukrainians asked Eastern Europeans, they didn't know. Then Western Europeans, they said, we don't know, we need to ask Western Europe. And the Western Europe said, we need to ask America. And Americans said that we don't know, Ukrainians know what to do in this world. Maybe I will add about young people during the first panel discussion. Like one of the panelists was one of the active participants of the protest this summer. He is a veteran of Russia-Ukraine war. He is a young person who was one of the leaders of this protest. So I'm happy to see that there are many active young men and women, and it is good to see that we have communication and cooperation with them, and I hope that we will be able to preserve this institutional memory and share our experience with them so that they would have their experience and their results. And we have another question. Please, over to you. Good afternoon, Vasil Babic. So I represent an NGO which is a member of RPR. I really liked it when a moderator asked about the balance of freedom and security. He asked this question to Alexander, but I would like to hear reflections of other panelists as well, because this balance of freedom and power is really important for us, for our internal understanding of how our society is built during the war, and also for our communication with international partners, so that we could describe what we are fighting for, whom we are fighting against, and why we are defending not just our country, but that we are strengthening Europe, that we are strengthening the continent. So all the things we discuss are around freedom and security, because on the 24th of February 2022, when the full-scale invasion happened, there was this feeling that we are losing our security, but the second feeling was that we can lose our freedom again if Russia wins. And the summer protests related to anti-corruption bodies, again, there was this feeling that somebody wants to steal our freedom and our future from us. And then it made me very hopeful to see what was happening. Well, I responded to this question twice today. And I already said that there are people who want to protect the nation, and there is a group of people who want to, first of all, have security. So when we have this kind of spelling in Ukrainian, national democratic, which go together, that is good. I think that we have already discussed what is going on now. First of all, we need to defend the Ukrainian state on this territory, because if we fail, it can be part of Russia. Maybe Russia will become democratic. Back in the 1990s, Russia was a democratic country and Ukraine was not. For me, it is evident. But Russia was still Russia, Ukraine was still Ukraine. Not to mention Russia, which elected Boris Yeltsin, and Ukraine, which was like a fortress of renewal of USSR. And it can change. at some point we can see democratic Russia. But here on our territory, we want to have Ukrainian state. And if we preserve the Ukrainian state, here we will be able to fight for democracy. If we do not have Ukrainian state here, then Russians will be fighting for something on our territory. So that is our first task. I'm interested not in the question of freedom, first of all, but we need to survive as a nation, as a country. So if Ukraine fails as a state, you can continue to build democracy with Russians if you want. Yeah, he will want, I think. Okay, Yulia, over to you. Do you have a question? I just wanted to continue this discussion to reflect on our plans. We are members of the RPR coalition, and now we are working on analytics on preservation of post-war democracy. We are following the structure of the roadmap on the functioning of democratic institutions, and for each institution, we are preparing our recommendations on what can be done now during the martial law, and also what should be done in the post-war period, at least during 1 year after the war, which critical steps should be done before the first post-war elections. And I'm saying that we will be working on it within the RPR. Thank you for the comment. I have a little comment. 24th of August 1991, there was a session of Verkhovna Rada, and Mr. Grinyuk and Mr. Skorik came, and they said, like, what are you doing in Ukraine? We will not have Gurenka. And Gorin said that we should put this woman, push her out the window. He said that we will finally have a democracy if we have Ukraine here. So I remember we had this discussion by them. Then it was first of all important to establish our Ukrainian state in 1991. I do not know if there is a recording of this discussion. I hope there is a recording, because there are many quotes that we can use and that we can further promote. And the second thing I wanted to say, that frontline is the most important priority for now. Now there is a lack of people at the front line, and people who try to undermine mobilization, that is a big issue. Do not support them. That is wrong. And also it is important to focus on expenditures. So now there should be priorities, like all money should be used to support the front line, and also to support the communities. And each one of us should think about the sustainability of our families. If we have sustainable families, we will have sustainable community and sustainable country. And resilient communities and resilient countries. Thank you. Thank you for this discussion, for this dialogue. And I want to say that yesterday there was a kind of similar discussion in a different audience. There was a discussion with donors working in Ukraine, in using different models. But what kind of consensus I could see there when there were discussions about negative scenarios. So the first negative scenario, of course, was if Ukraine loses, but the second worst scenario was the so-called Georgian scenario. And we see that it is quite realistic. It can happen. Though if someone told us like 10 or 15 years ago what is going to happen with Georgia, we wouldn't believe it. But it happened. And here we see the combination of those two factors. This anti-democracy trend goes together with this kind of friendship with Russia. So all those things, they are interlinked. So here I do not see another way here. If we don't select democracy, then we become pro-Russian in our conditions. So after the end of the war, hopefully it becomes soon, I am sure that altogether we will look at the experience of our neighboring countries. So 15 years, Hungary was a functioning democracy. But what happened with it and what does it have to do with the relations with Russia? It is all interlinked. So those are the things we are going to discuss in the post-war period as the biggest threat. And we need to look at the lessons from the experience of Georgia and other countries to minimize this risk. Thank you. So Yuri, please over to you, but please be brief. Yeah, I'll be very brief. Really, we should not talk about like opposing things such as like freedom and democracy. Without a democracy and free media, would we have this scandal? The scandal that helped to clean our country from this corrupt officials, because they were working for the enemy, and there can be a question of reason here. And I liked it what Kazarin said. And Kazarin said that survival of the nation, of the state, that's the first priority. And then the second priority is to have procedures that allow the country, the state to survive and to still have democracy. Thank you. So do you remember that I said the democracy is about the delegation, but also it is about following timing. And now we need to wrap up. Thank you all for your speeches. It was very interesting for me. I hope you agree with me. Thank you for this conversation. And now I would like to give the floor to Larry Diamond from Stanford University. Please, over to you.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for having me, and my apologies for speaking to you in English, which is the only language I have that would be useful to you today. I'm really glad that you're doing this conference because I think democracy is an existential issue for Ukraine. The reason why we in the United States, and I do want to say we in the United States, remain as a society and a democracy very deeply committed to Ukraine's sovereignty and Ukraine's cause, and why similarly the democratic societies of Europe feel the same commitment, is not only because of the outrage of completely unjustified Russian aggression against Ukraine, of course, which didn't begin with the current invasion, but dates back to 2014 in its current manifestation. But also, because Ukraine is a democracy, and we do increasingly in the world find ourselves once again in a very titanic existential struggle between democracy and autocracy, which is in a way the title of my colleague Mike McFall's new book, Autocrats versus Democrats. And we see Ukraine as part of our struggle to defend freedom and democracy against, a galloping march of authoritarianism, which is waging both a soft or digital and political and propaganda, sometimes called the sharp power assault on democracies, on the Russian periphery, and a different one in East Asia with respect to China, and then a global struggle which Russia and China and Iran and other autocracies are deeply involved in. And we continue to regard the defense of Ukraine and its sovereignty and its democratic culture and institutions as an indispensable and kind of leading edge element of this struggle. And all of this is to say that if Ukraine loses its democracy through, its in part its own internal failings and institutional weaknesses and normative lapses, I think it will deeply affect, the willingness of the West to partner going forward, and it will affect Ukraine's future post-war development, both in its relationship with Europe and the United States and other democratic peoples, but also in its ability to recover, develop, and be the thriving, innovative economy and society that it's long shown its potential to be. So, as I understand your conference, looking over the horizon to the post-war experience and how to deepen and institutionalize and secure democracy now, but even more so in the post-war era, is exactly the right and necessary question to be asking. We are in a difficult period for doing that. We are nearing almost 20 years of a democratic recession in the world, in which illiberal and authoritarian populism has increasingly been challenging, degrading, and rolling back democracy. And I'm sure you sense and perceive and feel some of the challenges that poses from within Ukraine. Part of this slide back away from democracy around the world is due to increasing political polarization, which is being driven by, in significant measure, by social media and disinformation. And all of this is going to be supercharged in the era of artificial intelligence. And so, the burden on all democracies, and you feel it acutely as you face multiple kinds of wars with Russia now, is to figure out how to push back against this and defend truth and information integrity in a difficult era. in which Russia and China and other authoritarian actors are seeking to degrade it in Orwellian fashion, to say that night is day and day is night, and to penetrate democracies with various kinds of influence activities and sharp power. I will say, to get ahead of my story, that the societies that are best able to defend against this, and I present Taiwan as an important example in terms of its effort to do so with regard to sharp power and relentless propaganda activity directed against it, as well as military intimidation by the People's Republic of China. The societies that are best able to do it are the ones that are liberal democracies with strong elements of institutional vigor and transparency and accountability. These should not be viewed, as weaknesses or signs of vulnerability in the struggle, but rather as tremendous assets. Another reason for the march of authoritarianism is just the intrinsic difficulties of governance in the contemporary era, of delivering economically in a globalized era, and of governing and sustaining majority coalitions and retaining public support in an era of, TikTok and Instagram and so many other platforms that move at the speed of light in propagating rumors and disinformation. And again, countries that are transparent and open and committed to good governance, I think, have a better shot at delivering and maintaining the support of the people. Scandals, corruption, the diminished performance of democracy in economic terms that comes from weak or bad governance and a failure to deliver as a result just provide more fodder for the cynicism that illiberal populists feed upon and seek to exploit. And of course, there are other reasons for the democratic recession we've been in, including the declining political will and increasing political polarization and declining quality of democracy in the United States and parts of Europe. So this is a global challenge we all face, and I want to stress that I think we're all in it together. I cannot stress enough my view, forged from, over 40 years of studying emerging democracies, that the performance of democracy and the institutional vigor of democracy in political terms of accountability and stateness are extremely important to its durability and survival. And I think a major reason why we've been in this trouble is that all forms of accountability that would restrain corruption, abuse of power, misrule, and the poor economic performance and service delivery that comes from those, all forms of accountability that would restrain that have been weakening in the past 2 decades. There's the internal accountability that takes the form of what we call in political science, comparative democratic studies these days, horizontal accountability. I'll say more about that, but think of it as checks and balances. There's the very important form of accountability that comes from society, what's been called societal or kind of bottom-up accountability, with extremely important roles played by the mass media, by civil society watchdog and mobilizational organizations, grassroots organizations, think tanks, frankly, by the kind of discussions you're having today. And then there's the accountability that comes from the external community, and it's holding governments to standards of good governance, and monitoring flows of aid to ensure that resources are used for their intended purposes. So my central message to you today can be stated as follows. There is virtually no democracy I know of in this period of democratic recession, and very few historically over the decades of our time. Virtually no democracy that has failed either through a sudden breakdown or through this pattern of creeping authoritarianism and democratic backsliding, virtually none in which corruption hasn't been a major factor in the decay and demise of democracy. If you want to sustain democracy in kind of normal circumstances or semi-normal circumstances, so let us say in the context of Ukraine, post-war circumstances, but of course you face this struggle now and you are acutely, familiar with it. You have to have strong institutions of horizontal accountability. And we think of checks and balances as, well, you have an executive branch and then you have a legislature and a judiciary. And certainly the vigor, independence, oversight, and commitment to good governance of the legislature and its own research committee, investigative and legislative functions is important. And the independence and professionalism of the entire judicial branch, both as judges hearing cases and as prosecutors bringing cases, all of these are extremely important. But horizontal accountability has a broader set of implications as well. It involves a whole range of other institutions that have come to be crucial in recent decades for the defense and delivery of good governance. These include an independent central bank, regulatory institutions to monitor and ensure the transparency and fair functioning of the banking system, the stock market, consumer protection agencies, and very, very crucially, truly independent agencies to monitor, control, and punish and reveal corruption and conflict of interest. And these have to be neutrally enforced. They have to be independently appointed and led and funded. They have to be, I think, embedded not only at the level of the central government and the country as a whole, but at lower subnational levels as well, and within each of the ministries and agencies of government. We have in the United States a system of what we call inspectors general. These are the auditing or watchdog figures and investigative figures within each cabinet department. It is a very sad and painful thing for me to share with you that the current president of the United States has fired 17 of the 25 presidentially appointed inspectors general within our cabinet departments. And that's one among many reasons why we have had a surge of bad governance and corruption in the U.S. This year, and a decline in the quality of our own democracy. I want to stress as well what you know, that in an era of globalization where money moves increasingly freely across borders, there's a very important international role for this in restraining kleptocracy and having transparency in the international banking system and ensuring that funds that are corruptly, wealth that is corruptly acquired in the shadows of absent or misperforming accountability institutions, that these funds cannot, bleed out abroad, be laundered abroad, and legitimated through the vast, dense network of money laundering and global kleptocracy that scholars like Oliver Bulow have been writing about. So I will conclude by saying that once this war is over and Ukraine has its security and sovereignty restored and can focus on the future, that will not be the end of the story for the defense of democracy. Democracy will have to deliver for the people of Ukraine, and will have to be authentic if it's going to remain, and if the partnership between Ukraine and Europe and Ukraine and the United States and other democracies of the world is to be secure. And having strong institutions of horizontal accountability, good governance, and rule of law is going to be absolutely essential to that struggle. I'm thinking now, as I gather you are trying to do in this meeting, about how to structure and secure strong institutions of democracy, rule of law, and horizontal accountability is exactly the right thing to be doing, an extremely important mission now for the future of Ukraine as a free country. Thank you so much.
Що ж, ми теж дякуємо Ларі Даймонду, політичному
Thank
соціологу,
you, Larry Diamond, from Stanford University, who was able to speak to us today. Thank you so much, and thank you all the participants from RPR, Democracy Reporting International, and Center of Policy and Legal Reforms. Thank you for joining us. And we would like to give the floor for the closing remarks to Stanislav Dechensky, Office of Director of DRI Office in Ukraine. So, please, over to you. And also, Igor Kalyushka is with us online, out of the Center of Policy and Legal Reforms. So, Stanislav, please start with sharing your impressions of the forum and some takeaways. Thank you, Katerina. So, if I start to shortly tell about my takeaways from the forum, it could take long. I don't want to keep people from networking, because networking now is a real luxury. Even the fact that we are here, it is a big privilege that we can talk to each other, but also it is a big responsibility because we are talking about the democracy, and democracy defines the efficiency of the country finding the sword for survival. So things that are happening now, such as this corruption scandals, they, on the one hand, show that our country is trying to be transparent, trying to be democratic, and trying to observe the European standards. But on the other hand, such scandals show that we do not fully comply with the standards so far, evidently. And here also we need to remember about our responsibility, a responsibility for our position, and it should be based on the balance between justified criticism of those in power and functioning of the state. And of course, during the martial law, during the war times, it is not an easy balance that we strive for. I will not be talking about the institutional dimension of democracy, referring to what Mr. Larry Diamond was talking about, but the report that we are now preparing together with our partners, the RPR Coalition and Center of Policy and Legal Reforms, and also leading Ukrainian experts. This report contains some significant characteristics of institutions functioning in Ukraine during the war. And of course, we need to go back to this assessment. We need to do some revisions, some reflections. And I would like to thank all of you for joining us for several hours. And at the end, I will take the floor and thank people who ensured logistics for this event. So, Mr. Koliushka, you are online joining us. So we were talking about the democracy. Like last year, we had such a forum, and this year we are talking about the balance between fighting injustice and developing institutions. So do you think that we have found this balance, especially when we are talking about protests and stability of such institutions? Good afternoon, everyone. I am sorry that I was not able to join you face to face. This week I had to deliver lectures in Lviv. That is why I was aware that I would not be joining you. And I was not really engaged in the organization of this forum. But I joined remotely, I was listening, and I would like to thank all those who organized this event. I think that we can all be happy with the result. And I think that next year I will not be intervening in the logistics process. You did this job wonderfully without me. So you can do it further as well. But if we talk about some conclusions, I think that first of all, I would like to say that in my opinion, I think that there were certain differences between the first part and the second part of our event. So the welcoming words and the first panel, they were more like academic and more usual for us. But the second panel, it exceeded all my expectations. I fully support the proposal of Anatoly Tkachuk. I think that we really need to take the recording of the second panel and share it so that we can use those discussions and the results of these discussions in our further work. What surprised surprised me in a way is that here on this forum, I did not see the relevance of certain events. So after what happened in the recent week and after the post of Valery Pekar with very specific analyses and with the specific suggestions on what should be done to save the country after this corruption scandal, I was sure that we will be discussing this corruption scandal here. So before the coffee break, I was a bit disappointed that we did not focus on this issue. But after the coffee break, I was inspired and encouraged when I saw that panelists, they were talking on a higher level. But to add, I would like to say a few words on that. I think that when we try to comprehend the issues of democracy and state governance and all those issues that were the issues of our panels, I can say that we can always be sure that struggle for democracy and for preservation of nation will never lead to some destructive confrontation. If in our society we will cultivate kind of a public contract focusing not only on our identities and forms of organization, but first of all, it will focus on the attempt to avoid a severe confrontation in Ukrainian society, inside the Ukrainian society. So we should always give this space to argue. We can have arguments if we have a democracy, but it should be civilized, it should be democratic, it should be within the law. And as many other countries, we will have our way, there will be some fluctuations. In some arguments, certain people will win, in other arguments, other people will win, but it is important to avoid destructive confrontation. I think that it is the most important conclusion from this conversation that happened today. So I would like to encourage all of you to reflect on what we were discussing and try to implement those ideas when we work on this future public contract, whether it is in a formal kind of way or whether it is done informally, but we need to think about the way of how we organize our society. And again, I would like to thank all of you, and I want to say that it was very interesting to listen to your discussions. Thank you. And next year, we hope to see you face to face. And I agree with you that we can only have confrontation at our democracy fora. And now I would like to give the floor again to Stanislav, and I would like to thank our partners, the European Hub, for this wonderful space where we are, our media partners such as Espreso, Detector Media. We thank them for their support. And now I give the floor to Stanislav to thank their team of organizers. We would like to thank our partners, the Ukraine Dear Project, so Igor Kaliushka, Victoria Melnik. We would like to thank RPR, Olga Limar, represented the reanimation package of reform, Katerina Danilovich, Yuri Mikitchuk. Maybe I have forgotten someone. Please remind me who else was involved. And of course, I want to thank my team, Irina Rezhanova, Olesya, and Vladislava from Democracy Reporting International. And I would like to thank all of you in those challenging times. It is very important to have this feeling of community. And I hope that today we were able to preserve this feeling and to give it to you. Hey guys, so I'm back, and we want to thank Ivan Pasilny. It is our colleague from Reanimation Package of Reforms and the team of our technical support for organizing this forum at such a good level. So thank you all, and glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes.